Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome back to the channel. I hope you're all well, having a good week so far. We're back live again, 2 days in a row now, and we're back in our rather nice Kuro 787-8 freeware mod, which branches off the 787-10 from the Premium Deluxe Edition of Microsoft Flight Simulator. Adds quite a nice little enhancement to it, really, actually. But yeah, we are live again here at Athens today for a flight back to London Heathrow Airport with the 787-8 and this dirty ZBJD livery. This is a preview pack that the folks at Horizon Simulations have put together for me, so I'm hoping it's all okay. We might have a problem with the sound pack being default and not FTSim Plus, but I ran out of time. I can't do anything about that, sadly. I kind of assumed that it would have been like the previous preview version, where it's a specific folder that I have to kind of add into the Kuro installer, but it wasn't, so I'm not actually sure. There's also some weird little artifacts that I've noticed. In fact, if you look around the nose wheel there's like these like kind of things that dance about as I'm moving the camera about. Maybe we'll see it a bit more in flight. Really weird, but little lines and things kind of coming from the front of the aeroplane. That's a bit weird, isn't it? I don't know. I think I'll be reverting back to the other version after this. Jeez. Hello David, Sam, MPS Gaming, welcome guys, Zato, Badger, Ashton, Chris, Hackett, welcome. Living on a Pair, Mikkel, welcome guys. Sam, welcome back. Rod's frequent flyer for a month. Thanks for your support. Katran, thank you very much. Opening Athens ground, and we got clearance delivery online as well. Ron van der Sar, welcome. Great to have you with us. So, what are we doing? Playing a bit of catch up, actually. That's what we're doing. GSX has been updated today with the all new, rather scary looking passengers. But obviously, this aircraft doesn't have a passenger cabin within it, therefore we don't benefit from it. Wonder if it still simulates it though. No, probably a good thing. It'd be pretty horrendous otherwise, wouldn't it? Okay, let's get stuck in. I'm ATC Digital, welcome. So, on the charts then, if we dive straight in here, we still need to get our clearance, of course. We're at stand Alpha 13 here. And we're expecting a departure on 03 right today, so short-ish taxi actually. Push and start facing south, out of Echo, on to Delta, maybe Charlie, and then Delta 1 for the hold point there. Might be Echo Delta 4, Delta to Delta 1. And then a takeoff on 03 right heading northbound initially out to the coast. 084 degrees at or above 4,000 feet, so a fair bit of level flight actually on the departure here today. After takeoff, spooling them engines back down again and sailing along rather calmly at around 4,000 feet at that point. From there, turning back towards the airport, overflying Athens, just south of the Athens VFR to ATV's VOR, 114.4, the other Athens VOR, because one isn't enough. 269 degrees outbound then to Corinthos NDB 392, and then we'll be away all the way across Europe. So initially heading over towards Albanian airspace, over to VAT, and then routing over Vienna, German airspace, south of Frankfurt, a fair bit, over Brussels, and then the English Channel for a Logan 2 hotel arrival into Heathrow. Flight time of around 3 hours 20 minutes. We've got about 15 minutes left before we're due to push. We are tracking the flight on New Sky. Yeah, we're using DLSS, which works pretty well with the RTX 4090, it has to be said. Really, really nicely. Scenery wise, Fly Tampa's really nice Athens Payware scenery. Really, really good. And Builds London Heathrow. If you're new to the channel, warm welcome to you. Hit like and subscribe. Where are we at then in the flight deck? So, straight to the FMS. You can see pre-flight's already complete. That's because I've been working away quite hard to try and catch up with a couple of issues pre-stream to make sure we're kind of ready to go. Current version 2.1, that's the preview version we have today, the latest build as of today basically that they've packaged for us. On the POS init page, we're off to Athens. We've got our init reference bits done, and our route is complete as well, with all of our legs, including the star from 03 right. Absolutely run. Well, the new tactic there is just to deal with that troll in the most boring way possible. Eventually they'll go somewhere else. Flap 5 for takeoff, a D rate of 47 degrees Celsius, and the centre of gravity of 19, giving us a takeoff trim to be set at 5.25. V1 135, rotate at 141, and V2 at 150 knots. On the next page though, this is one that we've kind of not really spoke about too much, and it's not in my tutorials either, because most people kind of learning the aeroplane just leave it at default. But if you want to add in your kind of noise abatement procedures with this, from the takeoff page, go to the second page here by pressing next page, and then you can change your engine out acceleration heights, your thrust reduction altitudes, and all that sort of stuff as well. So they're by default set to 1,500 feet above ground level. I've changed that to 1,000. Wind here is 070 at 8, so a slight crosswind for us. We can actually add that in here as well. There we go, and the aircraft automatically calculates 6 knot headwind and a 5 knot, I assume crosswind. 6 knot, I don't know what the R means there, who knows. And we had a warning there to say that our takeoff speeds have been deleted, so we go back to the perf page, thrust limit, takeoff. There we go. We can add that takeoff gross weight if we want to, but I'm not going to worry. The calculations for takeoff, Carlos, are done automatically there. If you toggle ref speeds off though, then you'll have to do it yourself using something like VATS Airplane Toolbox. But if you leave it on, like the 737, it will help you calculate it quite nicely. Maverick, welcome. And Cythera, good evening, buddy. VNAV then, so transition altitude here at Athens is 9,000 feet on the charts. Oh, the D rate and the temperature, that's VATS Airplane Toolbox, Carlos. So all you've got to do is Google VATS Airplane Toolbox. You'll find a link to the X-Plane forums, and from there you'll be able to download it. That's probably the best way to kind of do it really. You've got to download initially the program and then the other file in the package called patch. APU starts. Max auto, that'll do. Windshield heat and flight deck door power on. Generators are on. We're on external power currently for the APU to start up. Nav lights are on. Cythera purchased the Just Flight Fokker F28 yesterday. Really fun to fly. Not much of a handful to fly. Thanks for the help with the music. You're more than welcome. We'll pop the flight directors on as well. And let's tune in to Athens delivery 118675.
Heavy. Stand Alpha 38.
Daniel, I do in my tutorials.
Airbus 310-300 with information Alpha, QNH 10.
For cabin announcements today as well, folks, we have got the Luke Air Tool, lukeairtool.net. It's freeware. You can download it. It's got lots of different custom sound packs. They're the ones that I use all the time, including this British Airways profile that we're using today. 1016 for the QNH, just so you guys can see the ATIS.
2022.
God, is the METAR thing broken today?
9 information Bravo, clear to London, runway.
I think it is, VATSIM ATIS.
3 right, departure, Kilo, October, Romeo 1 unit.
It didn't work yesterday either.
20.
The ATIS,
22, initial climbing 7,000 feet.
There we go, for some reason that loaded up the tab for the Aerosoft VDGS, that's really weird. Parallel 4-2 flow probe and weird things. So that is the ATIS.
Departure,
and we'll wait for a gap to get in.
Oscar Romeo 2 Tango. Osprey 389. Osprey 389 clearance correct. Contact ground on 121.7. Contact ground 121.7.
So we know we'll be going to him next. Zato, welcome back, buddy.
Thank you for service. Bye.
Venizelos delivery Kalispera Speedbird 37 Tango on stand Alpha 13 with Bravo 787-8. Request clearance to Heathrow.
Speedbird 37 Tango Kalispera, information Bravo is correct. Clear to London Heathrow via Kilo Oscar Romeo to Tango departure. Runway 03 right, initially climb 7,000 feet, squawk 2013.
Cleared Heathrow. Corinthos to Tango departure 03 right, initial climb 7,000 feet, squawk 2013, Speedbird 37 Tango.
Speedbird 37
Light change.
Tango, clearance correct, contact ground 121.75, have a nice flight, bye.
Contact ground 121.75, Speedbird 37 Tango, thanks for ATC, have a good day. Athens radar online as well, woo! Full ATC out of Athens, epic. This is one of my favourite VATSIM regions as well, folks, by the way. The controllers in Greece are incredible. They are so good. 12175. It's also my favourite region to fly around as well. So we'll change 12175, but now we need to change our departure because we had the Corinthos 1 Juliet input, which is what we had initially planned. But now we need the Corinthos 2 Tango departure, which is this one instead. So that's changed it slightly. And now what we'll do is consider the changes. Initial climb was 7,000, squawk 2013. We'll add that in as well before we forget that's done. And charts. LukeAirTool.net. That's the cabin announcement bit. So on the charts then we've got to change our departure. Press the pen and we'll zip it across to there. So actually that's even tighter and quite different look. So initially heading outbound runway heading 032 degrees now, so I'm going to change that on the flight control panel or the MCP. So 032 heading is now set. Out to 12 DME SPA 1175. SPA's already pre-tuned or auto-tuned into the VORs at the moment on the aeroplane anyway. At 12 DME, a 20 degree bank max 210 knot turn to the right, back on ourselves to the Alpha Tango Victor VOR, so overflying the airport, out to the other Athens VOR, then out to Corinthos 392. Corinthos 2 Tango, climb on SPA, radial 032 at 12 DME, turn right to ATV VOR, intercept the radial 269 to Corinthos NDB. There we are. And then we'll be on our way. So very slightly different to what we initially had planned. But otherwise, all fine. Good morning, Centurio. Welcome, welcome. Hope you're well. Right, so going back to here. Departures and arrivals, we don't want that actually, we've just done that. We're going to go to the legs page, just make sure this is looking good. It is. And then thrust limitation page, that's all set, although it keeps rearming that for some reason. That's a bug that I've noticed. It keeps resetting to climb profile 1. It will not allow climb profile 2. So, yeah, Carlos, you've got to make sure you download the patch as well, buddy. 150 knots for V2. Now, in the tutorial that I've done, you'll have seen that I could do V2 plus 10 like the 737, and that's a little bit of an overhang from the Heavy Division mod previously, and the Asobo 787-10 previously as well. Where, in fact, actually, in the 787, you don't need to tune in V2 plus 10. You would tune V2, and the aircraft would automatically fly to V2 plus 10 for you.
Ready for taxi.
So we're going to try that today to see if that actually works for us or not.
Runway 03 right via Echo
Let's prep for pushback.
4 and
GSX. Prepare for pushback and departure. So, APU, the generators are on. External power has switched itself off or reverted to APU power instead. Seatbelt signs and lights are set as required. We're going to pop the beacon light on now as well. Fuel is all on, all the pumps except for the centre tanks because they are empty. Packs are on automatic. Recirc fan is currently off. We don't need it on at the moment. This is going to be kind of the tell if I've got the sound packs working or if they're a bit broken with the package I've been sent. And let's speak to Venizelos ground. Crikey, Centuris, have a good day at work. Very early for you. Jeez. Venizelos ground, Kalispera, Speedbird 37 Tango, Boeing 787 on gate Alpha 13, QNH 1016, fully ready, request push and start.
37 Tango, Kalispera, Venizelos ground, standby.
Roger. And that's because he is taxiing. There's one thing I've noticed with this dirty livery, and it kind of ruins it for me, because the livery is stunning. Look at the oil and stuff like that. The Rolls-Royce texture there is a little bit poop. But on the outside of the aeroplane, let's see. Look at that. Bearing in mind the Kuro version 2 is meant to be mirrorless. This livery has been created with mirrored engine textures, which is a bit weird. A little disappointing. Hopefully the painter can fix that. Let's pause Hallman. Sun comes out. Great tune. And we'll literally just wait for pushback now. Tracking the flight on Volanta as well. And on New Sky. Part of our Osprey Virtual Airways. We just happen to be wet leasing a...
7 Tango Gate Alpha 13, push and start approved, face south, QNH 1016.
Push start approved, face south, QNH 1016, Speedbird 37 Tango. Nose left, southwest on Echo. Here we go. Doors show manual APU running, auto brake, RTA, parking brake currently set, MCP set, flight data is all checked and set, auto brake. Yeah, that's all good. Transponder is set and lights are set as required as well. I might turn some of them up a little bit as well. There's the park brake. I mean, I said it last time, but it's so nice now being able to have a twin aisle that you can rely on for enjoyable flights.
Correction, Osprey 459.
Okay. Clear both sides. Park brakes off. Here we go. The tug's lifted the jet. And we're on the move. If you enjoyed today's live stream, by the way, folks, hit like and subscribe as well. You're perhaps tuning in for the very first time. Very warm welcome to you. Say hi in the chat. We could do both starters again. It's company specific, I think, where you could, because they use electric starters, you could just turn them both on to start, but I like to do one at a time to monitor the engine output. So that's all good. TJC Aviation, welcome, welcome. Thank you. TJC Aviation, by the way, I think, if I'm right in saying, it's Toby from Horizon Simulations who sorted us out with this copy for today. You'll be able to tell me if these are the custom sounds, TJC. Auto start, all temperatures going to slowly rise, and we're monitoring. Yeah, there's some weird artifacts kind of dancing around on the nose here. Didn't have it on the other version. Don't know if you guys can see them flashing about around the nose. It could be GSX, to be honest. GSX has had a whopper of an update today. We'll find out if it continues after pushback.
Please set parking brakes.
Look at that.
Cockpit to ground. We have a good engine start. You can disconnect.
Unlocking gear.
Starts. Fuel control lever, engine right to run. Dynamo, welcome on board, buddy. Let's get a close up of this boopy nose. There we go, look at that. Guy up by the engine, engine 2 though is, I fear, about to do some rogue stuff. Definitely not where you want to stand. Yeah, look, there's if you guys can see that. Little bits dancing about there. DJC, is that from the pack? Or is that from GSX? Lazaros Kalispera.
Left is clear, right is clear.
Cabin chime. There you go. I assume that if it works, then we've got it working. Let's start the safety demonstration. It's the new one. Expect a trumpet blast.
Archie, shut up.
Jeez.
Okay, people.
What a nightmare. Start your flight with that noise. Oh. Right. That's completely thrown me as well now. What am I? Oh, they're the default sounds. Brilliant. That's crap. Sorry, folks. It's meant to be FT Sim Plus. I've got a botched package, it seems.
What?
Of course, our attention is not what it used to be.
Smoking, vaping,
Right.
and the use of
Flaps.
e-cigarettes is not permitted anywhere whilst on board.
129675.
Which have smoke detectors in them. I'm gonna put my seatbelt on. I had a banana.
Personal devices should have their flight safe mode enabled now.
We're taking off, Mum. I love you.
That's BAW 37 Tango, request taxi.
Or placed into a pocket.
037 Tango taxi holding point Delta 1 runway 03 right via Delta 4 and Delta.
Takeoff and landing.
Taxi L point Delta 1, 03 right, via Delta 4 and Delta, BAW 37 Tango. Pre-sig van on. We'll pop that on. Oh yes, and the taxi lights, there we go, jolly good. So I want system page, I want the flight controls tab open.
Must be placed securely under the seat in front of you.
Fully right.
carefully above in an overhead.
Just going to do the rudder really quickly as well because we're starting to move
Sorry.
all the way back on the stick.
Is fastened securely and worn whenever
All the way forwards.
You know what this needs? Belt.
And a quick tickle of the brakes because the MSFS does loads.
Like this.
It's their latest safety demo, Thomas.
Like this.
If you're sitting in one of our
Wild,
First
innit?
or Club World seats with a shoulder strap, please ensure that this is also attached for takeoff and landing. It is adjusted like this.
Ground to Kalispera, Speedbird 38 Foxtrot requesting
It's all your fault, Toby.
at stand Bravo 03.
Peter says, is there a specific place I should be looking for GSX profiles? Yes, go to... Well, if it's included by the scenery developer, then you want to look at their...
in the box right now. Speedbird 38 Fox.
Sweep that across. You want to have a little look at their...
Thanks very much. Push and start approved. Base south, QNH 1016.
Please note the bag may not.
QNH 1016.
what was it?
Push and start approved. Facing.
Yeah, go to flightsim.to. It's all very noisy today, isn't it? Flightsim.to and search for GSX profiles. But if you have got like any build Stansted, which has its own profile in there, you've got to go into the installation path for Stansted, and you'll find a GSX folder, and in there is a .ini file. Take that, copy it, or cut it, and put it into your GSX folders, which is usually in app data. What was it? Delta 4, Delta. So left here.
Please do not inflate your life jacket until you are outside the aircraft.
Remember, let the nose wheel come over the yellow line and then begin the turn. Otherwise, the main undercarriage, you end up cutting the corner inadvertently, really. So we're coming right wide, and now we're going to begin the turn. The nose is going to come right almost over to the line of the edge of the taxiway there.
Please locate your nearest exit.
There it is.
Remember, it may be behind you.
And that,
The doors automatically inflate
ladies
the
and gents,
evacuation slides.
keeps the main carriage right in the centre, like the pros do it. Right, so 7,000 set, heading 032, speed set to V2, all of our stuff is set and checked. We're going to put the TCAS on now, because there's nothing ahead of us. There's Sam on final, 08 right.
Please now, check your seat is in the
Check the nose gear.
Tango, you may contact Athena now 129675. Have a nice flight. Bye bye.
Window blinds are open.
Contact Athena 129675, speedbird 37 Tango. Thanks, have a good day, appreciate the
Please
ATC.
store these now.
Yeah, I think that's the GSX update that has caused some weirdness with those things spiking around everywhere, because they've gone now.
This is the brace position.
Oh no, they are still there.
Seat is fitted with a shoulder strap.
Yeah, they're still there. Let me cancel QATL.
Please have
Stand
a good
by.
look at your safety card before we depart.
And if you have any questions, just ask your cabin crew.
Okay, QATL is gone.
Thank you.
Thank you.
No, the artifacts are all still there.
Thank you for your attention.
We hope you have a pleasant flight.
And wherever you go.
Whoever you see, stay safe.
Look after each
Athens
other.
radar, Skyway 633, back with you.
Change.
Copy. The first of fully flat.
Safe.
Yeah, this is
Forward.
That's alright, TGC.
Nothing on Olympic 20, runway vacated. Olympic 280, taxi, stand 5 by Alpha.
Good timing.
5 by Alpha.
Traffic.
Olympic 280.
We'll pop weather radar on as well. Athena radar, Kalispera, Speedbird 37 Tango is holding at Delta 1, ready for departure, 03 right.
Speedbird 37 Tango, runway 03 right, clear for takeoff, wind 070 degrees, 9 knots.
03 right, clear for takeoff, Speedbird 37 Tango. So that's all set. Final chime to the crew. Round we go.
This is Olympic 929 with you, flight level 380.
So one of the new features, I put it in my video the other day, is white lights. LNAV, VNAV arms.
Olympic 929, Kalispera, Squawk 0055.
Auto throttle arms.
0055.
I'm saying, chat, is the 4080 worth it? Good question.
Athena radar, hello, good afternoon. This is Blue Scan 134, flight for 380, Iman Talat.
Blue Scan 134.
Look at that, it's tight as anything, isn't it? Whew.
Squawk 5521 and Blue Scan 134.
So, a bit of a technical departure for us today, really.
Olympic 929, radar contact, flight level 380.
We've been clear for takeoff, but dual runway ops, we should be in a massive rush.
Olympic 929,
Look at the windsock there as well, always spot that folks, you see what the wind is doing visually in relation to runway heading. You can then deal with it accordingly.
134, affirm, report back.
If it helps TJC, this seems to be only happening on the package you sent me, whereas the one that I had the other day from the other chat from Horizon Sim, is it Rob? Might be Rob. That one has been absolutely fine.
Olympic 063, maintaining present heading, report 1 ready
Okay,
for descent,
so
vectoring
stick
island
forwards a
003
bit.
left.
Maintaining present heading, we report when ready for descent.
Engines are stable, toga, auto thrusters now arms. Up it goes.
EG41 Romeo Tango.
Power set.
Go ahead.
Permission to leave cockpit.
Warning, conflict stabilizer.
Is approved.
Call you on the back. EG41 Romeo Tango.
Corner 1
Reverse.
Victor, crest 50 minutes on the cockpit. 1 Hotel Victor approved, report back. Say again, please. Report 1 back. Roger, thank you.
Speedbird 37 Tango's bought in takeoff config issue.
37 Tango, copy. Able to vacate via Delta 5?
A firm and able to taxi back to Delta 1 as well.
37 Tango, copy. To vacate Delta 5, Delta to Delta 1.
We'll go Delta 5, Delta 1, Speedbird 37 Tango, thanks.
9 Foxtrot Zulu, request to leave cockpit 10 minutes. 9 Foxtrot Zulu approved, report back. We'll report back, thank you, 9 Foxtrot Zulu.
I double checked that bloody config thing as well. Right, big old turn, let's keep her wide. Oh well, slightly late then, we'll get the time back in flight. Config warning there, master caution. Stabilizer had moved basically from what I'd initially set it to, which is meant to be 525, it was 825. Maybe I think maybe I set 825 and I didn't double check. 525 set in green. Rudder trim is neutral.
38 Fox checking in.
Jeez.
38 Fox at hello from Osprey 122 contact ground 121750.
Right.
Osprey 122.
Hello Matthew. Osprey 122, who's that?
Super 38 Foxtrot, runway 03 right, clear for takeoff, wind 070 degrees, 900 knots.
03 right, clear for takeoff, Speedbird 35.
So flap 5, rudder trim neutral, stabilizer trim is now set 525 and 525, they match, and we'll go again. So let's clear the speed brake, that's good. Make sure that is disarmed actually, and on the system page under flight controls we'll make sure that they are retracted, otherwise they'll be white like that. 525, let's just check all the elevator trims, aileron trims, all set and as expected. Let's try again folks, very exciting. Raybold, welcome. Does anyone know what speed we got up to there before we aborted? Right, that's another one as well. Does it have brake temperatures in this? I don't think it does it? Okay, no, they're fine. Brake temperatures are in there though, lovely. Got to turn the APU off as well.
Speedbird 37 Tango, line up and wait, runway 03 right.
Line up, wait, 03 right, Speedbird 37 Tango.
EG41 Romeo Tango back.
It's frustrating having the default sounds today, folks, because the FT Sim Plus sounds for the 787 are really nice for the Rolls Royce. Carlos, 83 knots, not bad. Ellis, both effectively. APU shown cooldown, doors automatic auto brake now, reset to RTO. I'm just going to recycle that. Do you notice how I don't think the auto brake actually triggered into RTO? Should be pretty severe braking, shouldn't it?
Speedbird 38 Foxtrot radar contact,
lights,
maintain present heading,
signs,
flight level 240.
One more chime for the crew.
Maintain present heading, climb flight level
Transponder,
240.
traffic, weather.
Αθήνα, γεια σας, GN317, inbound Romeo Delta Sierra, level 340.
GN317, καλησπέρα, Squawk 7024.
Ground handling is still a bit sporty. It was line up and wait, wasn't it? Okay, we shouldn't have a stabilizer fault this time. Naughty pilot, bad pilot. Zata, yeah, looked good. British Airways 777. Can't wait for that in MSFS from PMDG. It's going to be stunning. Displace threshold, so we can actually begin our takeoff run from here, folks, if you're not sure how that works, but you can't land on it. You can only land beyond the threshold. Okay, lining up once again, and we've been told to hold position. We'll line up and wait.
Foxtrot, proceed direct, Yankee, November, November.
Yankee, November, November.
A couple of whitetails there, though, a bit weird.
Speedbird 37 Tango, runway 03 right, clear for takeoff, wind 070 degrees, 900 knots.
To 3 right, clear for takeoff, Speedbird 37 Tango, thanks.
Passing the Didymon, ready for descent, Olympic 063.
Olympic 063, descend 6,000 feet, QNH 1016.
6,000.
Just get this set ready so we've got some nice views. Here we go. So,
Out of cockpit for 3 minutes, Airgrid 320.
control visualizer.
320, copy.
Scott Partington, welcome aboard, buddy. 40% brakes off.
GN317, expect VOR Alpha, runway 33.
Engines are stable. Yes, there is a toga button mapped. Auto throttle GA is the key bind. Might do a little bit of. We've got wind going from right to left, isn't it? So right stick.
GN317, report 1 ready for descent.
And call you ready for descent.
60 knots. Speed alive. Power sets. 80 knots. Rotate. Little bit of a kick into wind there.
Olympic 063, turn left by 5 degrees, descend 4,000 feet.
Positive rate, gear up.
Left by 5 degrees, descending 4,000, Olympic 063.
Through 1,000 feet. We'll pop autopilot on now.
Tango radar contact, maintaining present heading, climb flight level 240.
Maintain present heading, climb flight level 240, speedbird 37 Tango. 240, maintain present heading, so 032 heading set. 240, set, flaps up. So we got VNAV climb, auto thrust, that's all set. Auto brake is now off. Runway turn off lights off.
Back in cockpit, 330. 320.
There we are.
Controller GM317 ready for descent.
That's really weird, TJC.
GM317, descent flight level 160.
Descent 160, GM317.
Away we go. DirectX 12, TJC.
Speedbird 37 Tango passing 5,000 feet, turn left direct Yankee November November.
5,000 left direct Yankee November November, Speedbird 37 Tango. Ooh, vectors on departure. Yeah, DirectX 12 and the RTX 4090 with frame generation work really nicely. Okay, Direct 2 then, folks. So in the legs page, Yankee November November, that's that one there. We go back to the first page, add it in at the top, and then we hit execute. We're going to go back to LNAV mode now. Make sure that the aircraft does take the LNAV instead. While it's doing that in the turn, we will make our way back through.
Speedbird 38 Foxtrot, continue climb flight level 360.
There's Athens.
Speedbird takeoff.
Lovely shortcut. Beautiful departure.
I would have a personal welcome to you one, and welcome back executive crew members and One World Freedom Flyers. If there is absolutely anything we can do to make our journey more comfortable this evening, please let one of us know. Recommend that you keep your seatbelt fastened whenever you are seated. There must be security fastened.
Olympic 063 on present heading, clear dial Zulu 03 left.
If you are seated.
Clear for the air Zulu 03 left, Olympic 063 will report on fire.
Under pressure.
Personal electronic devices do not get lost beneath the seat.
Landing lights off.
Please ask a member of my team.
Seatbelt signs.
Do not move the seat.
On Hotel Victor back.
Sebastian, yeah, you can, buddy. You can download them from flightsim.to. I put a custom pack together, mate. For lots of aeroplanes. And, oops, for those of you who have got the Just Flight F28, the Fokker F28, you can download a pack for that too. Carlos says, can you now add the arrival runway as a fix ring in this? Good question. Not 100% sure. We'll find out. We'll find out when we get there. Zartis says, I guess I'm not the only one that keeps saying Osprey when we're not flying Osprey. Yeah, says it all though, doesn't it? My goodness. Okay, traffic mode's active. I do love the TCAS there, the little arrow. I do like that a lot. 270 through 12,000, climbing, looking pretty good. Onto the just refresh the legs page.
Codec 2 Alpha departure, climb 6,000 feet and scook
Engines look good. I've got my sim captain locked to 60 frames per second at 4K line. Oh, very nice. How was it? Tough approach into Kathmandu, beautiful approach as well. Elliot, yeah, version 2.1 is coming soon. So that video that I put live the other day was a preview of version 2.0.1. In the video I kept talking about it being version 2.1 a little bit as well. That's because there was a naming convention decision yet to be made, and they've still been kind of working away at a few other tweaks and improvements within it prior to the update going live for everybody to download. But yeah, it's going to be running at 2.1 as the latest version for this Kuro 787. Tom, where can we get the General Electric sound pack for the Kuro? FT Sim Plus.
Speedbird 37 Tango, climb flight level 300.
Flight level 300, Speedbird 37 Tango. Good morning, David. Welcome, buddy. Hope you're okay. Darren saying, can you advise, I downloaded the latest version of the Kuro 787 installed, there was no sound, then downloaded the sound pack Rolls-Royce and still no sound. Any ideas, please? So you've got to make sure, well, you could just use the default one, effectively. So like what we've got today, the package we've got has actually accidentally removed our sound pack that we have from FTSIM Plus for some reason. Not sure how it's done it, but it's done that. Yeah, a bit strange, but because of that, it's reverted automatically to default sounds anyway, which is fine. Through 20,000 feet, climbing pretty well.
Speedbird 37 Tango, report final request level.
Final level flight level 430, please, for Speedbird 37 Tango.
37 Tango, copy, climb and maintain flight level 430.
I maintain flight level 430, Speedbird 37 Tango. So this is another new feature, testing it out today. We can now cruise at flight level 430 in this. So earlier on in the aeroplane, we added in cruise 430. That's an ability now in the Kuro 787 in version 2.1 and beyond. And we're going to test that out and see if it can do it. And let's get them Porky tunes back on.
All final, ILS Zulu 03 left, Olympic 063.
Olympic 063, copy, continue approach.
Olympic 063.
Scott, there was a way to do it in the so FTSIM Plus thing. You add it into the community folder, and then via the Kuro 787 installer, it allows you to take, it allows you to kind of link it into the Kuro 787 using the Kuro installer. You just have to point the Kuro installer to where you've got the FTSIM Plus files installed within your SIM packages, basically. Really easy way to do it, just using the installer, but the one I've got is a version outside of the installer, so that's caused the issues with me having default sounds today, unfortunately. And I ran out of time. The GSX update today took 35 minutes to install. Because of that, it gobbled up all of the time for testing and tweaking and making sure, like the sound pack, for example, was working properly. I ended up only just about getting ready for the stream to go live about 3 minutes before the stream went live. So, yeah, there's about an hour and a half of setup before every stream. Scott, awesome.
Etienne 317, descend to flight level 80.
It's the dirty BA one from FlightSim.to TJC. It's frustrating, isn't it? Because it's not meant to be a flip logo. Bearing in mind, Kuro version 2 and beyond, folks, is the textures now can be done mirrorless, which is really nice. So there are some spectacularly accurate, really nice liveries available for this on FlightSim.to now. Aidenator, welcome. Hello Trev as well. Sebastian saying on the latest sim update the ground textures are really blurry. They don't look too bad for me, to be fair. They're going to be blurry from above because realistically, those of you who have flown ever before, when you look out of the window in flight, your eye can't focus incredibly crisp, clear detail from that distance. So effectively it's I think it's quite accurate, really, because it is going to be slightly blurry. Your eye can't take that detail. So I think that's bang on. If it was dead crisp and incredibly detailed, then I would be saying it's probably unrealistic. Climbing up though, in ZBJD. Very good, Aidenator. Thanks, buddy. Great to have you tune in today. Hope you're okay. There's a couple of dirty liveries now. TUI have got a really nice one, and the guy who's created this has created some dirty TUI liveries. And there's like a dirty TUI pack as well, covering all of the 787s, which is pretty cool. Badger's on his way after a few coffees. And now he's got a spanner next to his name. Guy who made them has a bit of history. Oh, bloody heck. We don't know these things. Elliot says, I'm looking forward to the new dynamic dirt and drag generation in the new sim, that MSFS 2024.
Athens Control, good day, that's Papa Kilo flight level 240 inbound, make it.
Lot 2 Papa Kilo
Ah, right, he just said interesting. Didn't know that. That's pretty naughty then, really.
Direct Russia, slot to Kilo.
Oh well, it looks good. Bernie, hello buddy, doing the Kuro version 2 update. Do I need to delete the current version or can I install it over the top? The easiest thing to do, I would suggest, is take your version 1, delete it, and then put the new one in. And install the new one fresh. That's how I did it, just to make sure there wasn't any lingering version 1 elements still hanging about. But also the big one there, Bernie, is making sure that you have got all of your liveries up to date as well. How are we doing? 31,000 feet, still climbing nicely. We're using the real world cost index for British Airways for this flight, 21. And there are the white lights. Last time we flew this, the last time we flew this, a couple of comments were in relation to these lights, and I said it's probably quite a simple fix, really. They just need to probably change the colour coding, the hex code, whatever it is, for the lights themselves, and they've done it. Looks great, doesn't it? Having the white lights illuminated on the MCP as well. 1228 I think is going to be next, so 122.8, we'll pre-tune that already. Hello Adam, welcome. The new MCP fonts as well. Yeah, good shout. So you'll notice I'll go right up to it. Heading vertical speeds, they're all new. So they're all new font styles for the MCP. I mean, they're quite nice. What do you guys think? Watching. Your opinion's just as important as mine, of course, if not more important. Collectively, especially. Ellis, I've got an RTX 4090, that's probably why. If I do this specs command in the live chat there, you'll see what system I've got. So I'm running the sim in good, powerful 4K. There's no filters or anything like that, it's just the default settings in the sim. Harry, good afternoon, buddy. Gav, have a good night, mate. Top of climb coming up. 10,000 feet to go still though, 1,300 foot per minute for the climb rate, so we'll see how the aeroplane handles flight level. 430. First time flying this high in the 787 today. We'll give it a go. Got to test these things, right? It's going to be in the new package. We'll see how well it works.
591 Lima, runway 34, clear for takeoff, wind 0 to 0 degrees 13 knots, report at 4,000 feet.
Takeoff, runway 24, report at 4,000 feet, 591 Lima.
Jeez, pay rise. Happy days.
GM 317, descend 3,500 feet, local QNH 1015.
Descend 3,500 feet on QNH 1015, at GM 317.
Big thank you to Dave and Badger in the chat, volunteered to become some of our new moderators. Wing flex as well
radar contact,
is a new function.
Flight level 240.
Bit stable there at the moment, that's all fine. But yeah, there's a new wing flex model. So those of you who want to see what features have actually been input into this, I've done a short 8-minute or so video covering all of the features that you can expect in version 2.1, or at least most of the features from a changelog. There might even be some extra ones, in fact, since I covered it the other day. The Kuro team and the guys at Horizon Simulations working still, testing it, improving bits, tweaking bits prior to releasing it to you all. So in a way, this is kind of a bit of a test flight for them as well. Commentator, hello mate, Flying Panda, welcome as well. Larry says, just curious, on the VATSIM network I can see traffic at an airport on Volanta, but not actually in the sim at the same airport. Is that a model-matching issue? It depends if they've taken off or not, or what they're actually doing, Larry, because I think it takes 2 to 3 minutes, effectively, for people to actually take off. 2 minutes or so for the servers on Volanta to update what's happening on Volanta, if that makes sense.
Descent flight level 130. Descent flight level 130, Ryanair 9 Foxtrot Zulu.
But yeah, you might not have, so on Volanta, at the moment, if I dip into Volanta and show you guys that for today, not all of these aeroplanes are on VATSIM, some of them are just on Volanta, and they're also tracking their flights on Volanta. So it might just be that you've got extra aircraft toggled on. Put some of those screenshots in. Zato's ahead of us. He's in the 777-200 on P3D. I can't wait for that in MSFS. That's going to be so good.
Correct.
I think he's just uploaded them onto Zato's. I'm not sure. That's weird. Volanta tripping out there.
Osprey 3800, direct Yankee, November.
Direct Yankee.
MPS is up.
Osprey.
Airborne.
389.
Confirm Yankee, November.
And Tom Jets. 6-2 Mike's coming to Heathrow as well.
Yankee,
He's still on the
November,
ground.
November,
We've got
Osprey,
living on a player, just about to get airborne.
Osprey 459, Unicom 122.8.
You guys are going to have to catch up. Yeah. Tom's at 932, FlightSim Gamer as well. That's all of us. A couple of people flying along today. Back 5. Very good.
Good afternoon again.
And there's Badger.
Holding Delta 2 Athens.
Data Freighter, Osprey 344 as well. Who's in 748? No screenshots though. Ooh. He's flying Osprey though. Good. And Hoy, hello to you. President Plier says, I quite like the new update. Best feature so far is the updated flight model. Nice to need to rotate on takeoff. Felt a bit weird with the plane just climbing off the runway while barely lifting the nose. Yeah, we saw that today. I was very gentle on the rotation and it didn't really want to lift up that much. It didn't want to lift off the ground, so I had to pull it up a little bit more, use those elevators, use the muscles, and get her airborne. I'm using default sounds today, unfortunately. Bernie. But yeah, FT Sim Plus are the updated sounds, the snazzy sounds.
3034, we are ready for pullback.
So it's not out yet, buddy.
Approved, facing north, QN8, Sikifalonia 1017.
Whoa, commentator. Very nice. He's got himself a 2020 ZX6R motorbike last month. That's a whopper of a bike. That's a lovely bike. I've been looking at getting an R1250R myself and looking to do my direct access. It does Tiberiu, yes. It requires Microsoft Flight Simulator Premium Deluxe Edition with the 787-10 for it to work. Hey look, we're through flight level 410. 600 foot per minute, so it's eased off a little bit now, but we're Mach 80 still in the climb. That's really impressive. Still smooth and stable. Right, level 430 for cruise, the max. That's one of the new version 2.1 functions.
Continue climb flight level 340.
Climb into 340, Osprey 389.
Osprey 309, radar contact, maintain present heading, climb flight level 240.
Zato, are you at Yankee November yet?
Coming to flight level 340.
Flight level 240, confirm.
Sorry, 240, Osprey 309.
I mean, commentators, you're a biker, flying Panda as well. What do you reckon? First off, going from direct access, never ridden a bike before, but I need one for commuting on a motorway, you know, efficiently, with a bit of power in reserve to get myself away from trouble. Is a BMW R1250R. Or R1250 RS actually, so it's not semi-naked. Do you reckon that's a good bike, start bike?
It's turn it's left.
Tom's at 62 Mike, runway 03 right. Kilo 0 degrees, 10 knots. Confirm, good takeoff, Tom 62 Mike. 62 Mike, affirm, clear for takeoff, wind 100 degrees, 10 knots.
Jordan, contributor from Horizon Simulations. Hello to you, welcome. Yeah, really good, thank you. The 787-8 is very enjoyable. Harry saying the 1250 is a hell of a bike to start on. I'll just leave it in rain mode so it doesn't kill me in a week.
5345 FM, report back.
My other half, her stepdad, has got a really nice Hayabusa. Gen 3, the latest version. It's absolutely stunning. Really nice bike.
Taxi stand number 6, ευχαριστώ πολύ.
Look at that. Done it.
Completed
it, mate. One level 430, Mach 80.
Yankee November, Osprey 309.
Tomjet 932, line up and wait runway 03 right.
So now we're at cruise, we're going to do a fuel check. Yankee November is the waypoint coming up in 40 nautical miles. So for that, we're going to go to our OFP. We're going to scroll down, have a look at all of our estimated fuel loads for today. Where is it? Yankee November, Ionina, BOR 1086, 16.2 tons of fuel it reckons we're supposed to have. And you see total fuel at the moment 17.5.
3 nautical miles inbound Rixo, passing 350, climbing to 3.
Harry says I might start on a CBR 650R. Enough power for fun, but not too much to kill me. It's a solid, yeah, really good choice. For me, I literally live on the motorway on commute, so I have to have a bit of power, and I have to be able to be comfortable at 70 without having it screaming at me all the way home. So I need a proper commuter bike with a decent engine, hence the I thought the R1250 RS would be perfect. I was looking at the R1250R and the GS1250. GS was too big, too tall. Aaron, check the actual trim wheel. So are you trimming it?
Tomjet 62 Mike radar contact, maintaining present heading, climb flight level 240. Flight level 240, Tomjet 62 Mike. Osprey 309, continue climb flight level 300.
Welcome. Great to have you on board. Welcome to the channel.
389, climb flight level 340.
So Toby, and those of you with Horizon Simulations and involved with the Kuro 787, do you guys know roughly when this update might go live? Neil, thanks buddy.
Runner 9 Foxtrot Zulu, left heading now 090, descend flight level 90.
Left heading 090, descend level 90, runner 9 Foxtrot Zulu.
Ianina.
Device 5100, copy clearance to Athena, Iption 1 Bravo departure runway 14, climb flight level 120, squawk 7463.
Okay, clear to Athens, runway 14, 18, 1 Bravo departure, initially level 120, and squawk 7463, Edelweiss 5100.
Edelweiss 5100, clearance correct. Tomjet 62 Mike, direct Kilo Romeo Kilo.
But that is over Ionina Airport, Lima Golf India Oscar. I wonder if there's a little ATR route for that. That'd be quite cool. If you want to see our shortcut, by the way, folks, on Volanta as well, we're tracking our flight. there it is. So a few of the guys have actually been routed to the south on that Corinthos 2 Tango departure. So living on a player and a few others all routed around in that direction. But quite a few actually been vectored after takeoff, which is pretty cool. So they're using that as a way to manage and separate traffic.
Advance 5100, request startup.
Really cool.
5100, startup approved, QNH 1020.
Startup approved, 1020, advance 5100.
And in about 10 minutes we'll be away from request space. Scott God, Epic. What was it that you think was causing it? Bernie, one of the biggest updates for GSX today is those scary looking passengers in the back. But we don't have a cabin, so it's not simulating that for us. Yeah, in the cabin again. Good spot, Scott.
And Osprey, Kirk Freebird 38 Fox, did we miss a call?
38 Fox, negative.
Okay, thank you, 38 Fox.
Alan 9 Fox Zulu, continue descent at 2000 feet, QNH 1011.
It's Volanta's own stream overlay. It's like the custom one from their premium version of Volanta.
Omjet 932 radar contact, maintaining present heading, climb flight
people are still taking off.
180.
Aaron says, yeah, but then it trims back up again. Are you in pitch mode in the autopilot? You might have a bit of runaway trim.
Mike, continue climb flight level 340.
John Burgess, welcome.
GN 498, Johnny, now request taxi.
GN 498, taxi via Alpha, enter backtrack line up runway 14, advise ready for departure.
Alpha, enter backtrack 14, call you ready, GN 498.
HN 310, we are now ready for taxi.
But even with that projected takeoff on departure, we took off 6 minutes late. That's actually pretty good. Not bad at all, actually, is it? If you're not sure what I'm on about, folks, as well, I'm tracking basically our virtual airline, Osprey Airways. We run it through this thing called New Sky, which is this.
Over to Unicom, thanks for the ATC.
It's a really cool way, so you can have your OFP, operational flight plan, in here from Simbrief, which is where I can do my fuel checks. So YNN, which is what we're passing now, 16.2 for the estimate. We're above that, that's all good. So we've got more fuel than we estimated as having. But we'll need to monitor that later on, because it might mean that we're a little too heavy arriving into London Heathrow. But if we look at the estimated and the maximum takeoff weights and landing weights, maximum landing weight for this is 172.3 tons. Our landing weight is estimated to be 159.4 tons, so we've got a big old margin there. So even if we've got a lot of fuel extra from what our estimate is, we should certainly be well below the maximum landing weight for this aeroplane, which is pretty cool. But it tracks various things, different states as well, all our altimeter changes, lights, flap settings, speed brakes, gear, takeoff, APU state changes and all the rest of it. And the idea is it's a realistic way, an accurate way of monitoring your flights, really. So they don't go for butter, because butter is actually not good in real world. It goes for accuracy on everything you're doing when you're operating the aeroplane, and we use that as a client for our virtual airline. Adam says, can you dump fuel in this? I don't think you currently can. It was Doc, thanks buddy. It was a heavy gate. Scott, yeah, it's probably just like one setting in Blender left to like a tick box turned on or something silly, isn't it? Bernie, yeah, you can change OFP format, find whichever works best for you. Matthew saying, is this route done by a 787-8 in real life? So they use the A320s on it at the moment, but previously they have used the 787 on it. last year I think it operated a few times through summer with the 787. Certainly through COVID as well, because it was being used as kind of a means to carry cargo, masks and all that sort of stuff across to Greece from the UK.
Kilo Romeo Kilo is available on my FMC, sending me 200 nautical miles in the, to the west.
Yeah, but you have filed it in your flight plan. How is not available if you have it in your flight plan?
Oops. Yeah, it's not all the time that it's on it. It's only sporadically. But that's why we picked this one as a route today, so we could kind of replicate a real route that it's done, short haul with British Airways.
Subject 932, I don't have Kilo Romeo Kilo on my flight plan.
Okay, do you have waypoint Olgat?
Say that again?
Do you have
Marcus.
Olgat, Oscar Lima Golf Alpha Tango?
Just Flight F28 is amazing. Yeah, it's pretty good, isn't it? It's really tough.
Okay, proceed direct to Olgat.
Direct Olgat.
In Italia 037 radar contact.
Matthew said 2, you have an excellent real world route from Gatwick to Dubrovnik in the 787-8, which is fairly short. If you want to give it a go. That is a stunning approach, actually, certainly over the city. Unicom 1228 for Speedbird 37 Tango. Thanks for the ATC, have a good day.
You too.
28 Unicom. And there's the coast. Rishi, yes, correct. And that kind of links back to the question a moment ago where Harry was asking how come butter landings are not advised, because the aeroplane doesn't, basically you need to have weight on wheels and the sensors and things on the aeroplane help it dictate and know that it's touchdown. So very, very smooth soft landings in certain aircraft are actually pretty bad. They might not deploy the spoilers, for example. But the various things get tracked with New Sky with our virtual airline. Off blocks time is everything. If you are plus or minus 15 minutes within the off blocks time pushing back, then you're fine. If you push back beyond 15 minutes either side of the time, then you get penalties, as they do in the real world. You might miss your slot, that sort of thing. Might have to pay passengers compensation and all that too. If we look at my flights, so one of my last flights here was Gdansk to Alsen Vigra. We got a 10 for it, just saying. In the Phoenix A320, we made a little bit of profit for the virtual airline, $6,329. 136 passengers out of 162, so we weren't full that day. And we actually ran with a delay of 6 minutes from our scheduled arrival time there too. So it logs lots of different things. Great touchdown is one of those. So we touched down 1.26 G, which is between 1.1 and 1.3 G in good weather, and that provided us with a great touchdown score. If it was below 1.1 G and it was a greased touchdown, aka butter, then we'd actually lose points. We'd be deducted a small amount of points as well on it for a greased touchdown, and then same for a firm one. What's quite cool with New Sky is it is looking at the weather that is happening in the sim at the time when you're landing as well. And it goes between normal conditions and challenging conditions. So if you're landing in choppy conditions, heavy rain or storms or wind, crosswind, etc., it will change that to challenging conditions, and it will then expand the G rating for your touchdown score to 1.2 to 1.4 G, I think it is. It's all in their wiki that explains everything in detail, their scoring system at New Sky. But it'll expand it to allow a great touchdown to be a little bit firmer, because that is more important, having an accurate touchdown, than it is being smooth, certainly in bad weather. But it assesses lots of things, centerline deviation and all that as well. If we zoom into our approach at Alsen Vigra, it tracks flap extension, gear down. If you do it all too late, New Sky then says, well, that's an unstable approach, have a penalty for it. It tracks go-arounds, so if you have a real shocker of a landing and you apply full power and you abort and you go around again, it will then recognise the go-around and it will assess your next landing. There's the touchdown there on the satellite. Right on the right in the centre of the touchdown zone there, 1.26 G. And the G-force is the main one for it. It tracks a lot of stuff, it's really smart. More updates for it coming as well, soon. And it's just a very neat UI, more generally. Lots of routes. Let's see if I can show it here. They're all of our Osprey Airways routes on New Sky. That's the world, isn't it? Twice over. So we've got a huge coverage across Europe. We've got some long haul routes down to South Africa as well. Into Dubai, big ones across to Tokyo. And a little link as well, so you can do Heathrow to Dubai, Dubai to Tokyo and back, so you can split them up. And then we've got a few feeding around the States. Lots of aircraft types as well. 737s, we've got everything actually, to be fair. Sam says, can we get routes to the Caribbean with the 787? That's really a good idea, actually. It depends how they get flown. You can, of course, use free flight mode to do that anyway, if you want. But obviously it doesn't make the VA as much money virtually, if that makes sense. So we could add them, but we'd need to know what routes, Sam, that you would want. And we could feed that into the scheduling network. So you would run a scheduled service. When you're booking the flight, you get two options. Free flight, where you can fly whatever you want, wherever you want. And then there's a scheduled mode, which operates a little bit more realistic, Rishi, where, say for example, I don't know, say for example this was an Osprey Airways aircraft, right? And we'd flown this from Heathrow to Athens using the scheduled service on New Sky for our VA. This aeroplane would then stay at Athens until somebody takes the scheduled service from Athens to Heathrow and flies it home. So there's like an extra realistic side on the scheduled part of the virtual airline, where you've got to operate the aeroplane out, but then someone has to operate it home in order to get it back to base as well, which is quite cool. I hate the fact those Rolls-Royce labels are the wrong way around, mirrored, because the rest of the livery is absolutely stunning, isn't it? Quick check of the dog, and I've got to be back. I'll be back in 5 minutes, folks. He's lying on his operated hip, so I've got to go and pick him up. He's only 40 kilograms in weight. I've got to pick him up, get him to stand up, and then move him onto his other side. So I'll be back in 5 minutes. I'm sure someone, if you don't know what is going on with my dog, effectively, he's recovering from major hip surgery. We've got to manage that. He's on week 3 of his recovery at the minute, out of 12. Is that a little bit of engine bounce? I think it is, isn't it? Is that something new in the Kuro 787? There's a bit of wing flex. Right, I'll be right back. Body Time, welcome. Sam says Jamaica, Punta Cana, Princess Juliana and Cuba would be good to have on the route to the 787-8. Yeah, that would be cool. The thing with the schedule system with New Sky is the fact that you have to... So, say for example we set up an airport, I don't know, we set up an airport link at Princess Juliana, and then we have a flight operating from Heathrow to Princess Juliana on New Sky once a day, every day of the week. Now what would happen there is that we kind of have to contract everything. So you get charged for aircraft handling, pushback services, catering services and all that, as they would in the real world, where the airline would have to pay X amount of money via a contractor to get their turnaround services all completed. So that's all kind of modelled in virtually into New Sky as well. So for every day that the service is meant to be able to run, if nobody's flying it, it still incurs a daily fee. So we end up kind of making... Because the long haul routes aren't that popular using the schedules system, unfortunately. People don't want to sit at the sim for 12 hours, certainly through summer necessarily, and run a flight out to Cancun or something. So we've got to be able to then fly it back. Rishi says, so let's say I'm flying with Ryanair using Osprey Airways. Do I need to fly them using Ryanair call sign or Osprey call sign? Can I choose? So ideally you would fly with Osprey Airways in an Osprey Airways livery. We're an official virtual airline of VATSIM as well now, which is really cool. But we're flexible enough to understand that sometimes you might want to zip around in a British Airways aircraft, like we're doing today. So we're logging the route with New Sky, but we're in a British Airways livery. So as long as that's maybe like a, you don't do that all the time, then that's fine. Felix is saying, is there new version just bug fixes, or does it add new features? It is, let me see. There's quite a few bits. They're all things that I've spoke about in the video the other day. Maybe a few extra bits as well. UX, new cockpit texture fonts that we had a little look at earlier on. New MCP fonts as well. New texture fonts. Maybe we've missed some of these. Do any of these look different? They don't look that different, do they? Oh, that I'm totally missing it. The MCP fonts are different. New beacon light improvements. That was one of the big things actually that we noticed on the flight the other week. Is the fact that the beacon lights were incredibly powerful on the aeroplane. Now they are less so. So they don't illuminate and wash the engines with a big red flash every time. Instead, what you get is a really nice beacon light animation instead. That's just right. Aiden, I was supposed to be, but this preview package that I've got has broken them, so it's reverted itself to default sounds, unfortunately. A bit disappointed, but otherwise still fine. At least we've got sound, I guess. There is that. What else have we got in the change log? There might be even more, to be fair. Flight level 430 input. We're doing that today because we're cruising at 43,000 feet in the 787-8. Flight model with 3D model offset. Reworked aircraft dimensions based on piano simulation software, and reworked default payload stations based upon the British Airways cabin layout, and they've reworked the wing and centre fuel tank positions within the flight model as well. They've also, with some other tweaks to the flight model, they've created a new lift coefficient versus angle of attack table, making it fly a little bit more realistically. Reworked flaps and slats configuration, and they have a nice wing flex fix integration. Steering and bounce fix, so people had said before, kind of repeating the video that I did the other day, aren't I really? But in case you've not seen it, some people were reporting kind of this bouncing on the taxiways, either under maximum brakes or something else, steering or whatever else, or heavy loads. That's now fixed in this new version, apparently. I've not experienced it, so it seems like it is. And the flight director overshoot on turn fix, we've not noticed that today, so that seems to be working pretty well as well. Sanket, so that's a question I've tackled a few times as well. Salty Sim 747 and the Kuro and the Heavy Division 787 mods both need to be uninstalled currently. They will announce via the Horizon Simulations Discord at a later date, I'm sure, if at some point in the future you can add them back in again, but otherwise they tend to kind of clash at the moment. Look at that. Johan, it is. That's what almost caused us problems today for the stream, because we almost ran out of time to fix a few issues like the sound pack not working. But yeah, massive GSX update for version 2.6.4 out now, as the passengers in the cabin. Matthew says, out of curiosity, how do you generate the call signs and the flight numbers for your VA routes? I've always wondered how or why the flight number on your boarding card is different to the ATC call sign. I think there you mean the IATA code and the ICAO code for the airline, right? Like BA has BA, flight number BA123, but the call sign might be BAW123 or BAW37 Tango, even though the call sign would be BA123. And that's just the way the call signs are modelled, I guess. The IATA code for the airline is the one that ends up on your ticket. So for Osprey Airways, our virtual airline, we used 8A as an IATA code, which would be the ticket number and the flight number for the passengers checking in. It would be like 8A123. But then the call sign would be Osprey 123 BVX 123. Which would be the ICAO code for that ATC flight plan stuff. If that makes sense. Might not have explained that very well. MPS Gaming, very good. How's your flight going? It took 35 minutes to download, Johan, for me. Raybold, yep, you've got to have Premium Deluxe Edition for this. You've got to have the 787-10 for the Kuro 787-8 to work, unfortunately. Who knows? Whether or not that's something that would be solved in the future, I don't know. Hopefully it will. Tim, good afternoon. Tim was saying earlier, I think, yes, see you had some fun with a certain idiot last stream when I watched it. Got home last night, yes, just a bit. Eventually he'll get bored. It was actually quite... Well, I think we ended up just laughing at the guy yesterday for quite a bit, didn't we? And then he emailed me saying he's not a sociopath because the doctor said he's not a sociopath. The fact he's been assessed alone speaks volumes. Oh, I shouldn't laugh. MPS Gaming says, a little chaos with the direct Yankee November, forgot landing gear up, need to load flight plan again with the FMC pilot issue. Whoops. New Sky is going to deduct them points. Jeff says, do all the Kuro liveries have the external scratches? No, only a few of them that have kind of been made to look dirty. Ah, Matthew, that's just how it's filed. So it would be route allocation that would have done that. So the pilots don't file the flight plans. At BA, there's a whole department that manages it for them. They'll file the company route to ATC. Unless there's changes and things, and then the pilots might have to give the tower a call and get things amended. But for the routine scheduling side of stuff, that would be done by another department within the airline, and they would just set a call sign up for the aircraft. But I don't think there's any method behind it, really. If someone else knows, do let us know. MPS Gamer says fly Tampa Athens Airport for him had pink triangles at the runway close to 03 right. You might have an older version. That's the thing with Fly Tampa. I've noticed if you buy it through their website and you have their Fly Tampa downloader, you don't get an email to say, "Oh, Athens is now updated to version 1.4 or whatever else, whatever version it's on now." So even mine might be out of date actually. I updated mine 2-3 months ago with a new version, but you have to go onto it and check to see if it needs an update. You have it on Orbex. Interesting. Not sure then. Very odd. I noticed some odd kind of texture loading down here as well. Little blocks with being photogrammetry and squares. Look, trying to play catch up as well. There's that wing flex. Look at that. New wing flex model. Even the engine is bouncing. Look. Hopefully you guys can see that.
West of taxi runway at 11.
Zoom in a bit more. Let's do that. That's the new wing flex animation. How cool is that? Very cool. 430 over to VAT now, and look at the coastline ahead of us there. That is absolutely stunning. That, I think, actually there, that airport, I think is Dubrovnik. Recognising the coastline there in the city. Beautiful approach. Somebody mentioned it earlier on. Matthew, yeah. I think actually that is Dubrovnik, funnily enough. In fact, yes it is. Air France 4 November Lima is down there apparently. In an A350-900. Whether they're on VATSIM or not, I'm not sure, but there's one aircraft at Dubrovnik at the minute, flying on X-Plane. Justin, it's on flightsim.to, Kuro 787, version 2. But yeah, you've got to have Premium Deluxe Edition. Take another example, Matthew saying there, the TUI route from Gatwick to Dubrovnik, BY4422, and Tom 9 Whiskey Delta, Tom Jet with 9 Whiskey Delta. Does that ATC call sign just get made up randomly, or does a certain letter of number carry significance? I think it's random based on what other routes and stuff are being built for that day. Just one that's generated. But yeah, BY for Thompson is back to the old days of Britannia Airways. Nice that they retained that old school flight number. Yeah, perhaps that's the next one we do. We fly out to Dubrovnik. That'd be quite nice. Jackstone says in Italy they do 1 hour 787-9 flights. It's random but consistent, Doc says. Yeah, it's probably a good way of explaining it, because they tend to stick the same call signs on the same routes. So Tom 9 Whiskey Delta might only do that Gatwick to Dubrovnik route, yet you might not find it on another route, if that makes sense. There's some weird Bing stuff going on today. Look at that. Loading in. I don't know if the servers are struggling, perhaps. The Adriatic coast, though, looking absolutely stunning. Look at that. Would you ever do a flight in an A310, Ryan? We have done in the past, quite a few times. It's a great aircraft, that on. Haven't done it recently, though, just because, well, we've got lots going on in the sim, haven't we, really, with releases and things. What have we got here? There's lots of patches everywhere of textures and things. Very odd. Oh well. We're going to have a bit of dashboard camera. GoPro cam style. Just, yeah, the livery as well, Justin, is on flightsim.to. Probably MPS Gaming, yeah. It should be in Discord, buddy. In the live streams tab, the exact approach and the transition for the approach as well. But yeah, we're expecting ILS runway 27 right into Heathrow post the 3 PM change. KO says, have you tried to fly the aircraft over the pond? I'm not able to insert coordinates. I've tried all kinds of combinations, longitudes and latitudes, but every time I get invalid value. Somebody asked about this in the Discord server yesterday, in our channel's Discord server. I think yesterday or the day before, actually. I'm not 100% certain when, but they asked the same question. And effectively what they said ended up being the solution was to write the full coordinate in. So, I don't know, if it was 53 degrees north, 10 degrees west, it would be 5300 N 0012 west, or whatever that full coordinate might be. I think you have to then write it all in.
And Alpha, the hold of Alpha, so we will 1 the profit.
You'll have to ask Boeing that question, Jack. I'm not Boeing. It's a great aircraft though. There you go, KO. So as Carlito has put it there, that's the format that you want to try for coordinates in the Kuro 787. N050, W040, and that would be 50 degrees north, 40 degrees west. SR Loco, welcome. Hello. Eldon said, I did an oceanic plan yesterday, entered as the typical 5430N, and it worked perfectly fine. Interesting. So do you have... In fact, maybe this is the difference. Eldon, do you have Navigraph Ultimate? And KO, do you have Navigraph? So it might be that people with Navigraph can feed it in like 5430N, which is how I'd be able to input it in this if we were to put one in, but without Navigraph perhaps you have to put the full coordinate in, like 50N040 whiskey on SimBrief, as Aidan is saying there. You'd type in N50 whiskey 040. It might be the Navigraph nav data there. Whether you have it or not depends on how you would input the coordinates. Certainly seems that way now. Now we're chatting about it, that seems to be the case. KO says yes, he does have a Navigraph. So give us an example, KO, of a coordinate that you were trying to write it into your flight plan yesterday. You can write the coordinate in the live chat if you remember it, if you've got it to hand, and then we'll hopefully be able to write in the coordinates that you need to actually input into the FMC with this. SR Loco saying, do you know if there's a 787-9 coming? I don't think there is, buddy. Horizon have got a poll at the moment asking people to give feedback.
The Bravo 6 traffic, Air France 4 November Lima line is at runway 11 immediate departure and Lugo 2 Echo departure to flight level.
Oh, yeah, so Juan, I think you're missing the point there, buddy. 5060N would be what you write, but there's a discrepancy with this. The way you put the coordinates in doesn't work for everybody. So it might be a difference between having Navigraph and not having Navigraph, and then depending on what you write into the FMC, because not everybody is able to get 5060N written in and actually able to have it input, if that makes sense. So it's more of an input issue in the aeroplane, it's not a question more generally of how do you write it in the FMC. It's just more of a working around a bug that people are experiencing at the moment. Cruising flight 430, dock. A350-1000 Jackstones, I think, or to be fair, A380 is the best aircraft I've ever flown on. It's a remarkably good aircraft. Matthew said, have I flown on a Dreamliner before? I have. Flown on American Airlines 787-9 Heathrow to Chicago, and then on the way home we're on a 787-8 from Chicago to Heathrow, and I found it quite disappointing, actually, to be honest. It's a comfortable aircraft, but it is a stunning... Oh yeah, we're supposed to be even, aren't we? We'll just do 100 foot per minute, 200 foot per minute, 420. We'll drop down. Yeah, I found the 787 quite crappy, to be honest. Inside, it is just as noisy as a 777. When you then compare that against an A380, which is twice the size, twice as powerful, twice as many engines, inside the cabin there, and the flight deck, and working on it as well, having worked on an A380 in flight quite a few times over the years in the past. That just blew my mind, because the space, they had a lot of space around you with the British Airways configuration. Emirates not so much, really horrible layout for the A380s for them, they just cram you all in like sardines. But the way British Airways configured their A380s was remarkably good, and the aircraft is so quiet compared as well. But the 787 is an absolute, you know, it just sounds like a 777 on the inside still. Pretty rubbish. I found the experience disappointing in real life. Juan, I'm not sure when the update's going to be available, buddy. There is a little weird thing that we've noticed today that we found at the start of the stream around the nose of the aircraft that has kind of got us all a little bit... we've got the QA testers now recreating it and trying to work out how to fix it, basically. Yeah, if I'm flying on a 777, Matthew, I only fly with noise cancelling headphones, basically. That's how. Gently slipping down to flight level 420. I don't know if we need to update our cruise actually. Yeah, some of the 787s are quite old, aren't they, Depot Dolphin, really? I mean, the A380, very first A380 with British Airways, Lear, that turned 10 years old last week. So, you know, they're getting old, bless you. They've got plenty of miles notched on the bedpost. Some of them going for refreshes and things like that too. The 777s, the new 777s, some of the newer ones, they're all getting retrofitted with their new club suites and things like that with BA as well, which is really nice. Aiden's saying that we're going back to coordinates. I think it depends on the aircraft as well, the add-on. For him, the PMDG 5060N would work fine for coordinate insertion, but in the 787, even with Navigraph, he has to write N50W060 for the coordinates to be input. Aaron's starting to really enjoy the Just Flight 146-300. Bought it, never used it much, starting to appreciate it now. It's good fun, it's good fun. Well, if you get a Dash 10 D-Pod, then you know you're in a newer one. Ryan saying the best aircraft he flew on was a Thompson 767 Gatwick to Orlando Sanford. I used to fly that route a couple of times when I, for a brief period, worked at Thompson. Matthew, I never fly business jets in the sim. To be honest, personally, I find biz jets wildly boring in the flight sim. Even though they could be good fun, I suppose, in a way, and you can operate into tight little airports and all the rest of it. Just not my kind of thing, really. Jack, no. I tried, ran out of money twice. Such is life. I think they're as good as they're going to get, Joshua. I think they've improved massively, certainly with recent updates, but it depends what the aircraft developers do with the aeroplanes as well, because some of them fly a lot better than others. I can't say, Clipper, unfortunately. Jack, no training in aviation is free. You will end up having to pay back the £120,000 somehow. Either bonded through service and docked out of your salary, bonded into length of service with an airline and then they'll void it, or if you leave early you'll have to pay them a whopping fee of however much is left of that loan effectively. Matthew, good morning. There you go. Going back into chat about coordinate insertion. Matthew's a real pilot, by the way. CLJ captain for years, flew 767s more recently, and he's going on to A320s actually, Matthew, I think now, isn't it? A320s. Saying hello, for what it's worth, we weren't actually allowed to use the latitude longitude shorthand like 50, 60N. They always had to put in the whole coordinate thing, including after the decimal point, into the FMC. Have you got an example of that, Matthew? You know, how would you write it compared to one earlier on? So let me scroll up. Somebody said earlier on, I was trying to find a waypoint there, 5060N. So 5060N, which is, I'll just put it in the chat so I can see it. If Matthew was to put that in real life, it would end up being, would it be that? 050 north, 060 west? Or would it be 0 like that? Or would it be like that in the FMC? So this is how Matthew would have to do it as a real pilot flying oceanic with coordinates. I'm just trying to work out, we'll get the information from Matthew and we'll see exactly how the real pros do it. There we go. So instead of 5060N, they would type into the FMC November 5000.0 and then West 06000.0. My goodness. So there you go. If you want to do it properly, folks, that's how to do it. Great to know. Thanks for sharing. .62 knot crosswind for us today. My goodness. Might have to complain to Tesco as well. My in-flight pack of Ms. Molly's cheap cookies, they taste a bit stale and they're brand new. Over the next coming days, we're going to have a couple of other streams going live on the channel, and one of them is going to be flying out of the new VATSIM Studios Calgary that's been out for a little while now. Quite a nice scenery in Canada. We'll be flying the PMDG 737-900ER down to the new Salt Lake City scenery, which I know every other streamer in the world has already covered, but I've not had a look at it yet. It's been sat in my sim community folder since its release. Just haven't had a chance to get around to having a look at it, really. And I was conscious, we were going to do it last week, but I was conscious that the world and his wife were kind of covering Salt Lake City in videos and live streams and everything else, so I thought we'll give it a break. We won't jump on it as well, we'll just wait. And we'll pick another time to fly in instead. So I'm looking forward to checking that out. And also, Orbex Melbourne. We flew out to Hamilton Island a little while ago, didn't we? In that really special live preview before Orbex Melbourne was released. The only preview, in fact, that they did was here on the channel. And we're going to fly back into Melbourne instead. We're just working out a route in our members area of Discord. Trying to work out roughly what kind of routes that we might be flying with it. And what aircraft we might be using as well. We're looking at a few different options there. So they're the 2 streams for the rest of the week. Either tomorrow or Saturday. And then Sunday as well for the stream dates. Johan, if the hourglass is still active, yeah, just wait. Give it a little bit longer, just in case. The GSX installer is a little bit of a train wreck sometimes, isn't it? Alex McMahon, welcome, welcome. Well, I'm pretty sure you've subscribed before. In which case, welcome back. Seem to recognise the username. Matthew was asked, well, Matthew Kiff was asking Matthew Presley whether or not the coordinate insertion there as a real pilot was company policy at that specific airline or the way that the aircraft did it. And Matthew replying in the live chat that it was actually company policy to insert the full waypoint coordinate because the NAT tracks changed a few years ago to include half-degree spacing. So if they used the AirInc shorthand format, it was too much of a risk of a wrong entry. Yeah, so it certainly sounds like the most realistic and accurate way to do it then is to actually put the full coordinate in instead. N5030.0 and West 06000.0 instead of 53N. Was it? No, 5306N or whatever it would be. Garbage in, garbage out. Coordinates confuse the heck out of me. Inserting them, making sure they're right. I'm always worried that they will be input wrong. That's where SimBrief integration comes in handy, isn't it, folks? You just click a button and it feeds it in for you in the correct format. Happy days. Check that it's correct. Job done. Execute. Send it. Craig, no, not doing a return flight today. Aiden's asking, will the Kuro 787 eventually get SimBrief integration? I don't know. I really don't know. If somebody in the Horizon Simulations team or working with Kuro is in the chat, they'll be able to answer that still. I'm not sure. At the minute, I don't think they would be able to. Rishi, yeah, Osprey is included in FSLTL model matching, yes. We also have our own model matching as an extra to mop up anything that might be missing inside FSLTL. We've got that on our website, britishavgeek.com, along with all of our liveries linked away. Tim says that's why is exactly why he loved the Felis 747-200, flying it with INS. Massive thank you to everybody who's hit the like button so far. Great to see loads of you tuning in and enjoying the stream today. Hopefully excited for this Kuro version 2.1 update coming soon. If you've not given us a little like yet, do press the thumbs up button. I reckon we could do Mach 8.3. So we're certainly above our fuel estimates, so we might as well just burn a bit more. Navsu. 14.2 is the current fuel load. And it reckons we want 13.1, so we're 1.1 tons over our estimate fuel at the minute. We've got plenty to play with. Matthew saying there, you have to enter in all of your ETOPS entry, exit and ETPs. We used what we called floaters at the end of the flight plan by creating discontinuities after the missed approach so that they would appear en route on the nav display. That's interesting. So you would, if you were flying say NatTrax and you were flying Oceanic and you wanted your ETP put in as like a pseudo waypoint or an entry and exit for the ETOPS, you would go right to the very end, page 3, all the way to the back of the missed approach, and then after that you'd add a discontinuity and then you would add in the pseudo waypoints right at the very bottom. That's quite cool. I didn't know that. That's really quite cool. Kian, hello. Currently flying the Fokker F-28. Do you have any idea why it hardly banks during a turn? It's turning incredibly slowly. Is that with autopilot and heading mode on? Or do you mean kind of manual flight? It's a bit kind of slow with auto flight, if that makes sense. Yeah, red blocks on the weather radar. We're routing just to the north of that though. We're keeping an eye on it. That is 80 miles away, so that's this bit over here by the looks of it. Evil Asar, welcome. Welcome aboard. Thanks for joining us today. In the live chat, I'm going to put the TAF command for Heathrow. That's the Terminal Aerodrome Forecast to look at the weather throughout the rest of the day. And then I'm going to put the METAR command into the live chat as well, so we can see the current meteorological report at the airport. My goodness, that looks crap. Big Jacko's Gaming, g'day, welcome. So the TAF, well actually let's start with the METAR. Currently at London Heathrow, winds are 210 degrees at 14 knots, but they're variable between 180 and 250 degrees, all the 9s. So they reckon decent visibility there. Few clouds at 3,800 feet, unknown cloud type. Cumulonimbus reported. Temperature is 20 degrees Celsius, dew point 13 degrees Celsius, and the QNH 1016 with temporary showers and rain. So that sounds like the weather is getting slightly worse potentially than it was when we took off. We then look at the TAF, which is just above it, and that is our forecast looking forwards through the day. And what do we got here? So the format of it, EGLL TAF. 13.10.55 is the 13th day of the month, i.e. today, and it was generated at 10:55 Zulu. The next bit, 13.12, 14.18, that is the time period that the TAF is valid for. So 13 again is the day, 12 is the time, slash 14 is the day, 18 is the time. So that means that the TAF is valid between the 13th of July, today's date, at 12 Zulu, noon, or all the way through to the 14th of July at 1800 Zulu. And then it gives us the data within that forecast after that. So that's the time period for the next bit of data that is relevant. So we'll have a little look through this. So the forecast ahead of the day at Heathrow then. The mean winds are expected around 240 degrees at 10 knots, all the 9s, with scattered cloud at 4,000 feet, and then a 40% probability of temporarily between 12Z and 16Z today, the 13th of July, 7,000 meters visibility and showers and rain. So that is applicable to our approach today. We're looking at approaching around, is it 15, 16Z, isn't it? So we might have that element there of that decreased visibility of 7,000 meters in showers and rain. And then the forecast continues. Probability of 40%, temporarily between 0400 Zulu and 1100 Zulu on the 14th of July. Broken cloud at 900 feet becoming at 0500 to 800 Zulu on the 14th of July. 160 at 10 knots. And a 40% probability temporarily between 8 AM and 1400 Zulu on the 14th of July. 8,000 meters in rain. Temporarily 14th of July at 1400 Zulu to 1800 Zulu on the 14th. 6,000 meters visibility in rain, and 30% probability of that temporarily, if that makes sense. But having read through all that, you don't need to think, oh my god, that's a lot of data, and then your brain goes. All you've got to do with things like TAFs is pick the data relevant to you. So, what time are we expected into Heathrow? Now we can look at New Sky for this. Our departure from Athens was at 11:25 Z, and we're due in probably around 1500 Z, if we can make the time up for that slight rejected takeoff that we did with the config issue. So 1500 Z, that's 1600 UK time, 4 PM. So we take that 1500 Z, let's round it up, keep it easy, and we look back at that TAF in the live chat. And we're looking for the data within this that falls within 1500 Z, and that is that little bit we mentioned earlier on. So, 13th of July at 1200 to the 14th at 1800, 240 degrees at 10 knots, all the 9s. Scattered cloud at 4000 and a 40% probability, temporarily between 1200 and 1600 Zulu today, the 13th of July. This is the bit that's applicable. 7,000 meters visibility and showers and rain, 40% chance probability. That's the bit that we are looking at. So we're actually looking at pretty crap weather into Heathrow. We take that little segment of data from the TAF and we compare that against the meta in the live chat, and we can expect the weather is actually going to be getting worse. So at the minute visibility is all the 9s. We can expect that visibility to now decrease by the time we arrive at Heathrow down to 7,000 meters. That cloud base is probably therefore going to drop with it. And with the METAR reporting cumulonimbus at the moment, we can think about icing, worry about icing conditions as well, all that sort of thing. So the TAF and the METAR are really useful to look at. They give you a whole host of information when you're flying into an airport. They help you dictate a plan, help you work out a plan for your descent through cloud, turn icing on, and also you can think ahead to what you might expect on approach, so you're not surprised by bad weather. Patrick saying you'll still take the weather into consideration, considering how the wind will be pushing that weather in your direction. Maybe wrong there. In relation to what bit, sorry, that I was explaining? Oh, you mean the weather radar? Yeah. That's what we were on about earlier on, wasn't it? So currently we've got that 240 at 51 with that arrow showing that the kind of wind is pushing everything from top left of the nav display, where it pretty much says kind of 27, all the way across our aeroplane in a big diagonal line. So on the right hand side, the weather over here should be kind of getting pushed away from us. But this big red blob of weather here on the nav display and on weather radar, closing in now actually, is actually slowly being, it's kind of basically drifting slowly towards our flight path line. But with our speed, we should just miss that anyway, which is fine. So we'll continue on track. That's the bit I think that Patrick's on about. High level cloud ahead of us though. Slight right turn. The weather to avoid is over there. To be fair, it might be slightly lower as well. It might be that bit. Yeah, you know what Doc was on about earlier. We need a low. We need an even flight level, but actually it's incorrect. It should be. Oh, hold on. Semicircular. No, it is. We need odd. Oh yeah, we need even. Sorry. Westbound magnetic track 180 to 359 even thousands. We filed 430, but we meant to have 420. So in the cruise, we've rectified that effectively. They're confusing me like that. Sam, what's your reference for that? I personally haven't heard of that. Actually, hold on, stand by. 4-3. Just looking at some ICAO guidance here. Semicircular cruising level system. Even. 2040 60 80. 400 430. So from flight level 400, the cruise level, as Sam is saying there, I'm actually reading this now on a different page. 430 was actually correct originally. Actually, hold on, Matthew, you're the real pilot. 420 or 430? Or have I totally now ended up really confused because of this chat bit that we're talking about now? Finn, I've done quite a bit of flying in real life. But I ran out of money, sadly. If I could have it my way, I'd be an airline pilot, but I'm not rich. So I can't. R.I.P. my dreams. That big old cell has kind of fizzled away through there now, but I'd be a good British Airways pilot anyway. Did I find Microsoft Flight Simulator helps? It kind of did, but it kind of didn't. You don't get the feel of the plane in reality. So it's never like real flying. The systems and the things you experience, I only flew PA-28s before. That was helpful, that was good. Certainly what Just Flight did with their PA-28, that was really useful in practicing circuits with good quality scenery as well to kind of make it all work nicely too. But yeah, that's kind of where it stops. I think when you're looking at something like a Dreamliner in the sim versus a real Dreamliner, you're never going to get anywhere close. The systems can replicate it, but you don't get the feel in the seat. You don't get that feel of the stick, the weight of the aircraft, the power behind you, all that sort of stuff. And that's what I think flight sim will never be able to achieve. Lude saying, does it actually cost a ton to become a commercial pilot? You do it in the UK, you're looking at about £120,000 minimum. So in dollars, folks, that's 150,000 US dollars. Which is the problem, because they've got lots of people like myself who would love to be a pilot. I'd throw a lot at it. But because I can't afford to do the training, I'm shut out from the industry completely. Now the caveat here is if you're watching and you're young enough, so I don't know, 16 to 21 or whatever, you don't have any commitments, you don't have a mortgage, you don't have a car loan or anything like that relying on you to actually keep the job that you have to pay your bills, you might be able to put yourself forward for some of the sponsorship schemes that are now starting to trickle back in from the industry. Wizz Air, TUI, British Airways, Virgin Atlantic, all starting to, EasyJet, all starting to feed in little sponsorship schemes again in one form or another, and that is effectively, if you're able to, the only way to kind of do it. It's either that or you have a rich family, and then you never really kind of appreciate, I don't think, how hard it is for people who can't afford it to actually not be able to do it, if that makes sense. Ayaka, no, it's the Kuro 787, it's written in the title. Dude, absolutely. Pursue it as much as you can. I'm 32. I've pursued it ever since I was 13. And I've tried and tried and tried. Hasn't worked out for me, and I've only just given up. And I'm 32. So that shows you how long I've tried. Never came from a well-off background, and that was the one key obstacle that I really struggled with. Yeah, it is what it is. And now, you know, even if I got a sponsorship deal, life's taken over. I've got bills to pay for, mortgage, and things like that. So I can't stop that to go and do training to be a real pilot, because if that happens, then I'll be homeless. so then I'm basically prevented from doing what I want to do. That's basically how it all is. But over the Alps, Doc on board is saying Aerosoft. For those of you who don't have Premium Deluxe, Aerosoft have just announced that Microsoft Flight Simulator Standard and Premium Deluxe Edition. Premium Deluxe is the version of MSFS that has the 787-10, which will then mean that you can download the Kuro 787-8. It's 35% off in the Aerosoft store. Very cool. Exactly, Matthew. Thanks to Flight Sim, we can still pretend to be real pilots, or at least try. This is as close as I'll ever get, so that's why I enjoy the airline of flying so much. Will there be a 787-9? I'm not sure. Oh yeah, Sam, we covered that a few minutes ago. We're back at 430. Basically, we should never have changed from... We were at 430, that's what we thought we were quite happy with, and then it kind of changed. We got a bit confused with it. Don't usually fly this high, really, so it's never really an issue that you kind of have to think about. Worry lads, I prefer the 787-8. The system depth is basically the same, effectively, but because it's shorter and isn't so utterly lanky compared to the Dash 10, I feel like it handles a bit better and is a little bit more forgiving and more enjoyable. Certainly as well, the 787-8 has got loads of operators worldwide, so for those of you who like to fly the real world style ops, then you can do that too. With the Dash 8. Matthew saying, whoever asked about the aircraft that he's flown, CRJ 767, now the A320 family. How are you finding the A320 as well, Matthew? Are you out of the sim yet? And I remember last time you were saying how utterly impressed you were with what Airbus have done with the A320 systems. Some of the cool things that it can do. Aaron saying, I feel your pain, Luke. I'm in the exact same position. Thought about trying for a TUI sponsorship, but then wouldn't be able to fund the expenses during the training. Yeah, that's the other thing as well, actually. So you could get sponsored, but the airline won't pay for your accommodation. They won't pay for your food. They won't pay for your travel expenses. You have to still stay alive while you're training. So in reality, you've got to have a whole load of lump sum cash ready to use, even if you get sponsored fully by an airline. How are we doing outside? I do absolutely love the British Airways livery. There's something about it. I've told this story before. When I was on holiday in the Dominican Republic quite a few years ago, Hurricane Maria hit. It was a Category 5 hurricane. First time ever experiencing anything like it, and it was insane. But BA were fantastic, and eventually when we did get back to the airport to fly home, when we saw the sight of a British Airways liveried 777 landing at Punta Cana, taxiing into stand from this like outdoor Punta Cana's got this outdoor kind of bar area that you can go to. So we sat there enjoying some drinks before boarding. When it was taxiing in, we both, my other half doesn't like flying at all, but we both had this hit of feeling of, because we saw the aeroplane, that was enough, like we were home, if that makes sense. It's just stepping on board the BA aircraft, we're like, right, we're home now. After what was an utterly chaotic 2 weeks. But, I mean, oddly enough, it's a timeless livery. It's a very old livery though. This has been in place since the early 2000s, I think. But it still looks really modern. Landor was a beautiful livery tank. Yeah, Landor was a special livery. That retro 747 they had for a little while was just stunning. And this is what about the TUI Mrs. Patmore livery. Yeah, the TUI Dreamliners look really good anyway, to be fair. Presence Robin, not sure to be honest. Check maybe your antivirus or something's blocking it. Aaron, that sounds good. How are we doing for this wing bounce? Let's have a look. Oh, there's them weird little artifact things. Oh, bloody lovely. Look at that. Clipper says he names his external hard drives for photography after British Airways. Speedbirds 1, and backup 4 drive devices called Heathrow. That's pretty cool. Definitely not an av geek. I like this. I'm taking screenshots. That's what I'm doing at the moment. I've got utterly sidetracked. I love this sim in 4K. It's just exceptional. I'm not sure, Finn, to be honest. We'll have a look when we get to Heathrow, bearing in mind I've got an absolute powerhouse computer, this RTX 4090. It is smooth for me usually at Heathrow, so we'll have a look to see if we have any issues on approach with this. I've seen a couple of people mention they've had stutters and all sorts of weird stuff going on. We'll find out. We're halfway now. Janice Robbins says, I've already checked, there isn't anything. I'm really not sure, buddy, to be honest. For me, I clicked it and it just ran. Perhaps read the README or the Kuro FAQs if you go to the flightsim.to link for the Kuro 787, there's a link to the FAQ section there. It might be a question that they've answered on that, so do check that out. Might be really helpful. Beyond that, I'm not 100% sure what to suggest, really. Oh yeah, MPS Gaming, you're at flight level 340, you're going to be going right through all that cloud that we just sailed over the top of. So annoying that we don't have the FT Sim Plus sounds today working. I don't know why they've toggled off. Let's get up to date with Volanta. So, massive thank you by the way to the Greek ATC that we had at Athens and Athens Radar, really appreciate that. Great to have some ATC and some vectors after takeoff as well. But out of Greek airspace, over Albania, passing over Tivat, and then east of Dubrovnik, we saw that on the way. That's the weather that we just sailed through. Really bad over Slovenia, Maribor specifically over there. Look at that, my goodness, and Zagreb, about to be right inside of it. couple of people on very different routes. Living on a Player is on a completely different route to what we're using today. As is Flight Sim Gamer. Don't know where he's going. If you're not sure about the routes that we use, folks, when we're doing these live streams and you're flying along, check out in our Discord server the live streams section, and the route is actually there. Flight Sim Gamer's all the way down here, Tomjet 932. There he is, flying Mrs. Patmore. Where are we? Let's see who's at the back of the pack. Some Gamer. Tomjet 62 Mike is there. I don't know why it always juts out, doesn't it? There he is, living on a Player. Speedbird 641. Loads of screenshots. Bosh. Looking really good. It's flying ZBJD as well. Lots of screenshots, my goodness. Very nice. Who else have we got flying along today? Living on a Player. Osprey 389 up, MPS Gaming. No screenshots. Boo! Sam Osprey 309. No screenshots. Boo! Zato in his 777-200 flying British Airways. Only the one again. My goodness. Badger, Osprey 919. We still haven't caught up actually with Zato. Crikey. Thought we were steaming along. I think that's all of us flying along today actually. Yeah, it certainly looks that way, doesn't it? Oh look, Langen radar. Crikey, that is busy. Dusseldorf, Cologne, Liege as well, and Langen and Amsterdam. Oh, and Denmark. My goodness, VATSIM's coming alive. Christos in Thessaloniki, Kalispera. Hello to you. Great to have you on board with us today. Pushback, it says Kuro has teased an EFB for this aircraft. Maybe behind the times you may already know. I did not know. That's very exciting. When did he tease that? Yeah, that's the problem, Matthew. So I've got this special pack, but it's a click and drag job. So I'd have to manually change all the sound configuration files, and I don't know how to do that without breaking it, sadly. So Finn was asking how long was the climb to flight level 430. It was about 15 minutes, I think. Not too bad at all. Aiden's asking about my CPU. I've got an AMD Ryzen 9 7900X. If you want to see the specs, you can use the spec command and you'll see all the system stuff that I've got. Brian says he remembers the final 3 British Airways Concords landing at Heathrow. I personally find the 1985 to 97 British Airways livery on the Concorde the best. Daniel says, I'm Flight Sim Gamer, but I can't get the route because it won't let me join your Discord. Oh, right. I wonder if I can check anything then. I will find out. No, so I can't see. Yeah, I can't see it, to be fair. Daniel, what's your username on in our Discord? What is your new username on Discord, rather? Juliet, Charlie, Mike, good morning. I can't see Flight Sim Gamer. I can see that Flight Sim Player. A load of like deleted users, people that have cancelled their accounts. I don't know. I'll have to try and sort it another time, I think. Chris says it just popped up on FS Elite. Interesting. Yes, Zanus Robin. You have to delete the Salty Sim 747 and the Heavy Division 787 mods for this, otherwise you might have issues with the installation and everything else. It might not work very stably either. So yeah, 100%, at least at the moment for now, you've got to make sure that you have got your you've got those disabled effectively. Juliet Charlie Mark, welcome buddy. Joining us as a silver frequent flyer. It's great to have you on board with us. Thanks for your support with the channel membership as well. Very generous. And time with that, Valanta, Zato's latest 777 screenshot. Very nice. This is that tune again that's in my my workout video that I did the other week. I started laughing. Aviator, welcome aboard. Thanks for subscribing to the channel. Vince says also when taking off I get massive yaw to the right. Is that my stick not being aligned properly or is it the game setting it missing? Is that in this? Sorry, I might have missed it, but check to make sure that your rudder trim is set to neutral as well. Thanks Juliet Charlie Mike, no it's fine. TJC Aviation there from Horizon actually saying the EFB for the Kuro 787 is all speculation. The images shared were of the working titles EFB and of the 78X. People have then just made up information and put pressure on Kuro and Horizon Simulations. Interesting. So working title then are building an EFB for the 787-10 and people have taken that and I assume then like kind of photoshopped it or turned it into a story about the Kuro 787-8, which is incorrect. Thanks for letting us know. Thanks for clarifying that, Toby. There you go, answering about the Kuro's EFB. It's actually a working title EFB, but for the 787-10 instead, coming at some point in the future. There's not going to be a Kuro EFB. Clipper says, did you ever get to fly on a British Airways 747? All the time. All the time. I was crew for 3 years and absolutely loved it. The 747 working in the upper deck, there's only ever 2 of us serving 14 club passengers and it was just brilliant. Oh, yeah, don't Aaron. My goodness. He was causing issues with Phoenix the other day, apparently, as well. Who knows? I'll try and stay well away from it all. Yeah, the RB211s are whopper engines. Can't wait for Bluebird Simulations 757. It's going to be really nice, especially with those Rolls-Royce RB211s. The best engines. Such an overpowered aircraft as well. The 757-200 is brilliant. Dorman, good morning. Hope you're well. Thanks for joining us today. Zato, have a good one. Oh, the commentator, your bike is stunning. Just saw the picture in Discord. Whew. That's a nice bike, my goodness. 100% Aaron. You know what, I don't know what it's like to have to actually code these things and deal with all of the coding bits and making it all work. It is probably incredibly difficult, yet I've spoken about my frustrations with the Fenix. With that, I always think it's you've got to be constructive with the feedback. You can't just say it's, in a polite way, crap, without then going in to explain properly as to why it's rubbish and what should be changed and how to change it and offering all that sort of stuff. So I vent my frustrations with some of these add-ons, absolutely. I always try and explain why I'm frustrated, so you guys understand it from my point of view, the issues that I'm facing, like with the Fenix reverse thrust stuff. But interestingly, on that, I was having a conversation yesterday with one of the Fenix staff about my issues, because I thought it was all hardware related with my previous yoke and throttle, the Turtle Beach Velocity one. I've now obviously upgraded to the Honeycomb Bravo, and I've still got those problems. So in that conversation, it was actually agreed that it is a bug that I can't solve. So no matter what I try, it's just the way it is until version 2 comes. At least I know I'm not going crazy. And the issues that I'm facing are issues that other people have got, and that they've also flagged as bugs and are trying to work at it. But it does detract from the experience a little bit. You've always got to be reasonable in your criticism. You've always got to be able to explain why and try and offer a bit of rationale behind it. But you've got to be respectful as well. Jonathan, welcome on board. Kim as well, welcome on board to you. Great to have you guys on board with us today for the flight. Hope you're well. Dawnman, yeah, so it's not us, interestingly enough. It's an issue with the way MSFS and the Fenix are interacting with reverse thrust specifically. So with the way the Honeycomb Bravo works, the same with the Turtle Beach Velocity 1 and all the other similar hardware like it that have experienced this reverse thrust bug. If the reverse isn't identified in the same frame, the exact same frame, when you're engaging it, it won't work properly, which is near on impossible, because at 60 frames per second, unless you can move your hands into reverse thrust in like 0.1 second for it to read, then it ain't working. But hopefully they'll fix it at some point in the next year or so. Reservoir loves the sound of the Rolls-Royce RB211, but just hated the design of the cowling that went all the way to the back of the exhaust nozzle. It's to hide all that power, all that raw, proper engineering power. Yeah, that's how you have to do it now, Dorman, but apparently it can read it by lifting the two reverse throttles up, the little reverse detents, and then you have to wiggle it forwards a little bit and then pull it straight back down, and apparently that makes the sim recognise that actually you want to go to reverse thrust again. Or you click the two detents up and then you increase the throttles forward, even though that's not even a keybind that you've set. I don't get the logic. And then you get reverse thrust that way. Abdullah, I wasn't, buddy, no. Did someone else share the same sultry, calm, collected voice? Only about, well, just over 2 weeks as well, actually, guys. So those of you who fly on VATSIM and are familiar with it, and you're looking for a good event right through the middle of summer, there is one. There is one that you guys want to take part in. Certainly, if you are a pilot for Osprey Airways, then 100% you've got to take part in this if you like flying on VATSIM. It's Midsummer Madness at Birmingham Airport. It's on the 5th and the 6th of August. They've got information on their Midsummer Madness Twitter feed. Loads of prizes available up for grabs, including some of our channel merchandise that we've donated to give away as well. And as of yesterday, PMDG are now throwing in 2 licenses to any of their products on Microsoft Flight Simulator for 2 other winners for this Midsummer Madness event. Mako Simulations have donated some prizes as well. And I think we took part last year. It's a really good event, really fun event with full ATC coverage around Birmingham. Usually a fun departure as well, certainly if it's windy, because predominantly it operates with almost like a permanent crosswind and a quite bumpy runway, so really good fun. Definitely a good event to take part in. Not sure where we're going to fly yet though, Sam, it's a good question. Make sure you check out the VATSIM UK forum online though, because the terms and conditions are on there, and I think from what I've read you've got to have a VATSIM UK forum account, because they will DM you there to claim your prizes. Yeah, we've got to work out where we're going to fly. We've got 2 options actually, really. We could either do something short, we can do Birmingham to Brussels and back perhaps, or Birmingham to somewhere short like that, or Belfast, Shannon, Glasgow, Dundee, I don't know, whatever. An airport shortfall with like an hour or so, and then we can turn around and fly back into the chaos. That's always an option. Or we just depart outbound and we fly away somewhere nice. That's Tango, hello buddy. Have a good day. Hope you're well as well. Keeping busy. Enjoy watching it back later. Lursu, Bub. Who else have we got here? So we are almost at Langen Radar, and we've overtaken Zato apparently. Covering EDDL, DK, DG, LP, LW, LV, and LN. Well, Frankfurt isn't an issue for us. Bonn is. We won't need to tune Stansted approach, no. Alright, I think we'll tune in anyway and have a chat with Langen Radar, see what he says. He might tell us to go back to Unicom. 13565. It's about 3 hours 30, Aviator. I mean, it should literally be written on the top of your screen on the overlay, I think. 13565. Babeg. Clipper. He's doing well, bless him. He's full of energy though. That's the problem now. So even some of the sedatives, he's kind of built up a bit of a tolerance for it. So he's able to kind of fight it a little bit, and he's a little bit more energetic, which is tough. We've got to take him out and try and tire him out. Stephen, hello to you. He flew 757 and 767 aircraft for Britannia. Awesome aircraft, my favourite growing up. I ended up working for Thompson Airways when it became that, at Bristol for a little while. Such good fun. 757s were remarkable. Stephen's saying they're both great aircraft in his opinion, but the 767s were equally powerful, especially the two C2 engine variants that they had, Alpha Alpha and Alpha Bravo. They climbed like homesick angels. I remember doing a positioning flight. We did Bristol to, I think it was Punta Cana as well actually. And it was insane. The sheer climb rate on an empty aeroplane with just fuel in it, and that's it, and just like 8 crew, 9 crew, was remarkable. And I still remember vividly the approach for that was incredible, because we had no passengers on board. Both of the pilots got themselves cleared for a visual approach. They turned the autopilot off and they hand flew a really low approach round over the bay. It was insane. I've not experienced anything like it. It was great, but they were both ex-Navy, and I think they just wanted to have a bit of fun.
Okay, you might proceed direct to Cockpit.
They did clip it, yeah.
Thank you.
Langham radar, hello, Speedbird 37 Tango, inbound Babeg, flight level 430.
Speedbird 37 Tango, I'm sorry, you're not in my airspace, noisy Unicom.
Okay, sorry. There we go, 1228. So this is the kind of the problem. On Volanta, it shows that we are. But alas, we're not. So we'll just literally stay on Unicom. If he pings us, then he'll ask for us to contact him. But we'll just stay on Unicom through here, because it doesn't seem like we've actually got ATC. I think realistically, this Langen radar sector is actually only this little bit up here, around Cologne, Paderborn, Dusseldorf, Dortmund, that little bit up here instead, the small little corner of Germany. I say small little corner of Germany, Germany's huge. John, welcome, hello. Been with us for 3 months now as a channel member, thanks for your support. Excited for the update to be released. A long hauler is definitely needed in the sim, absolutely. While I use both at the same time, Aviator, they're both very good. At EGTE today, during his lesson, Finn said he was holding short, and the citation with only 2 pilots took off in what seemed about 200 metres, and it was quite something. You haven't seen the Loganaires at Heathrow, my god. Like you sneeze and then they've literally taken off before the threshold ends. The displaced runway threshold is so long at Heathrow, the ATR can take off before it gets to the threshold. It's so odd to see. I think so, Adam, yeah. Shall we have a refresh of the meta on the live chat, see what's happening at Heathrow? See if it's following the trend of the TAF that we checked out earlier on. Oof. More cloud. And probably more cumulonimbus with it. We can have a look at charts. Regardless anyway, on the left hand side, I'll just bring this one up, this is the arrival we're doing today. Diversion of Manchester for the alternate today. Yeah, Heathrow, currently VFR conditions, runway 27 right, with a 10 knot crosswind and an 8 knot headwind at the moment, with Volanta kind of splitting that up and showing that. That's pretty interesting. I think that's the biggest crosswind we've had in the 787-8 Kuro add-on that we're going to try today. So we'll see how it handles with that crosswind. It's only 10 knots, but who knows. And the approach is going to be 27 right via the landboard transition. We add that to the route, it changes to that. So, beautiful views over London potentially. Into the channel, to Logan. Hockey, welcome, hope you're okay. Descending through the Logan to hotel arrival. So we could ignore Barmy, not that relevant to our charts. We're going to come straight into Logan at flight level 250. And then inbound 264 to Sabre. Flight level 160 by Sabre. Brasso and then Wessel max 250 knots. So through there we're going to be around 10,000 feet between Wessel and Brasso. And then 12 miles after Wessel into the Lambourne VOR, max 220 knots at flight level 70. And a warning there, do not proceed beyond Lambourne's VOR without ATC clearance. Bit difficult on Unicom, we'll just have to work it out with traffic around us. And then we'll configure for a Cat 2 ILS, but there is another chart that Navigraph doesn't pin to connect Lambourne to the ILS, and that is accessed by opening the charts up, and in the approach page, sorry, the star page, you scroll all the way down to initial approach from LAM, which is the VOR that we're transitioning through today. So with that, it's then pins these charts to show what we're going to do on the way in. Lambourne, heading 273. It's about 7,000 feet still. And then turning left at or above 6,000 feet at 20 DME, Bovingdon. At 19 DME from Bovingdon, we've got 16 nautical miles to touchdown, max 180 knots, descending down to 3,500 feet over central London, passing the Houses of Parliament and the London Eye potentially, hopefully getting a little bit of a sightseeing tour of that, and then expecting 27 right for the arrival. So 3,000 feet we're establishing at 10 DME or 2,500 at 7.5. Depends how we get vectored by ATC as well, don't forget. And then that will bring us nicely onto the ILS approach. And the inbound course is 269 degrees, frequency is 110.3, and the 3-letter identifier for the approach is IRR. There's a London VOR there, there's also Chiltern NDB. If we look at the missed approach, that's that dashed line there. If we do go around for any reason, we need to climb straight ahead when passing 1,580 feet. Or 0 DME from the threshold for runway 27 right, whichever is later. The climbing right turn on track 316 degrees to 3,000 feet, then as directed. And usually you end up back at the hold at Bovingdon, most likely, or even Chiltern for the hold. You get routed southbound, which we wouldn't for that, but if we ever got routed southbound, there's a holding fix at Epsom as well. But otherwise we might have to hold at Chiltern or Bovingdon, one of those. But 7.5 DME, 2,500 feet on the local QNH, we should begin a 3-degree glide slope, a descent, final approach into London Heathrow. We could do a Cat 3A auto land at 50 feet decision height. We'll go for Cat 2 ILS. I like to hand fly the aeroplanes as much as I can on approach. So we'll go for rad out of 102, and we've got different RVRs there as well, so depending on what they all are relevant to. We've got all the 9s, so no reason to expect RVR to be 3,000 meters. Nothing on the TAF suggests like it will either. Again though, as always, if you're tuning in for the first time, usually the approach doesn't just end there, so we always talk about what we're going to do on touchdown. So if we're landing on 27 right, we've got to watch for wind shear and turbulence on short final with the maintenance area, as is the case in real life on approach on 27 right. But when we touch down, we've got a couple of options and a number of high-speed exits here at London Heathrow. So depending on how we vacate, we need to stick to minimum runway occupancy rules, because Heathrow operates very extreme frequency of aeroplanes going in and out, and therefore minimum runway occupancy is a thing. So we're most likely to vacate Alpha 10 Echo, which is also labelled as a hot spot for traffic, aka a really dangerous point on the airfield for aircraft taxiing and vacating the runway, potentially going to clash with one another there. Same with some of these hot spots down by link 22, 23, link 28 there. But we're probably going to do full flap landing, or maybe one stage short of full flap, and then we'll just do reverse idle and a low setting of auto brake to vacate Alpha 10 Echo. But we've got VATS Airplane Toolbox, which is going to help us with our performance calculations for that. And then we're going to vacate right on Alpha, and then we've got Terminal 5C for parking today, providing well, if we stay on Unicom, we're going to be parking at, to match the real route, 563, wasn't it, Doc? We're going to park 563, which will be vacating Alpha 10 Echo, right on Alpha, left on Delta, and then stand 563 to park, and then the passengers can take the underground shuttle train to back to T5A at the end of the flight. Job done. So, never just think, alright, brilliant, I've done the approach now, that's as far as I need to brief. Have a look at where you're going to leave the runway and think that far ahead as well. Once I've landed, where am I going to take the aeroplane? Where am I going to taxi off the runway? Which one I'm going to aim for? Which one might I go for a backup after that? And then where am I going to turn once I've vacated the runway? Heathrow T5, right on Alpha. If I was going to T2, it would be left on Alpha. Or it might be second left on Bravo, tends to be the case. Heathrow certainly. And they're landing on 27 right. And they'll taxi aircraft in on Bravo instead, leaving Alpha available for aircraft vacating. Lots to think about, lots to plan for, and Logan is coming up in 300 miles, so we're closing in quite nicely. MPS, I contacted Langen, they're not covering our area, so we're just on Unicom. What I'm going to do on VATS Airplane Toolbox is just zip along and create a couple of performance calculations. I'm going to go 16. I'm going to add a ton onto our landing weight. I'm going to select reverse idle. Calculate. It says flap 25, landing altitude of 90, VREF of 140-ish. Order brake 2 will give us a stop margin with reverse idle of 1,507 meters. Plenty of room. So I think auto brake 2 and reverse idle might be it. And it's 10 minutes to 3 o'clock, which means the runways are going to change to 27 right soon anyway. Don't know if we've got Heathrow Tower online, let's see. No, currently no ATC there. So they would be on 27 left like they're in real life. And at 3, they will change to 27 right, like real life. Transition via Lambourne, so on next page, Lambourne, and the Logan 2 hotel is the one that we want. There we go. And we'll execute that accordingly. Now we need to check the legs. So Logan at flight level 250, that's the constraint that we spoke about earlier, and then Sabre level at Sabre flight level 160. Lambourne 11 DME at 7,000. I think I'll just leave the data as it is because it doesn't look too bad. Might be a little high, but we'll just see what happens with it really. On the VNAV page though, we need to go across to the descent tab, and we can add in a number of different bits. So we need to go to forecast, and we need to add the transition level. It's probably going to be QNH 1016, 6000. We'll go for flight level 70 for transition, and we can add in a little bit of data as we see fit for the approach as well. Alden, no, I won't try and take a shortcut after Lambourne. We'll just leave it in LNAV. So if you're on Unicom, ideally you just you leave LNAV to handle certainly the stars and things. And if you're going to start vectoring yourself, make sure you're not going to conflict with other traffic that might already have right of way in front of you. And then you'd have to announce what you're doing at that point as well. Right, let's put some winds in for the descent forecast. Help the VNAV calculate our top of descent. So, flight level 350 could be a good one to start with. Wind speed 286 at 75. Flight level 1. Flight level 310. I've actually put quite a few of these in actually. 310. 284 at 69. .275 at 39. Not going to let me put that one in because I'm putting altitude in. Whoops, flight level 200. .275 39. And what have we got here? We'll do flight level 100, 262 at 21. Done. Let's see as well. In fact, I want to just check the legs page here so to make sure that we don't have any other discontinuities at all. Final approach and then the missed approach. So Matthew earlier was saying, as a real pilot, if you wanted to put pseudo waypoints in for like the halfway point of your routes, or the fixes when you're flying ETOPS into and out of NAT tracks, you would find all the way to the end of your missed approach, and you'd leave this discontinuity in. You would then generate the coordinates here to add the waypoints in without affecting the flight plan, which is something I didn't know. Really cool. We don't need to do that today. Fixed rings though, how is it written? Let's see if we can add the runway in for once. Runway 27 right. Oh! Although, it's put it in there. Which I don't think is correct. Let's see what happens. 10 miles. Yeah, that's not correct. That's not Heathrow runway 27 right. Okay, we can't use that then. Jeez. Let's do. Oh, let's try Echo Golf Lima Lima. Just see if it goes to basics with the airport. I'll just do a 10-mile fixed ring, otherwise it will get confusing with the DME differences and things. Oh well. Yeah, it can do. Flight level 430. This is one of the things in the latest version 2.1 that's coming out, so that's why we're flying at this cruise altitude today. Making the most out of one of the new features. You guys are fantastic. We've had over 2,000 views today during today's live stream. Really appreciate it. There you go, Doc saying the 787-8 has got a service ceiling of up to 43,100 feet, so we're just tickling below that absolute limit. Adam, no. Separate team entirely. So Just Flight have been developing the Fokker F-28. Bluebird Simulations are making the 757, but they're going to distribute it through Just Flight. That's how I kind of understand that kind of partnership between the two. But that's all Bluebird Simulations. So I do speak with them, though. I do keep in touch with those guys. It is my all-time most desired aircraft in the sim, to be fair. That 757. So many memories. So many memories. So I've asked them loads of questions about things and little updates about how it's all going. Can't talk about it though, of course, a lot of the stuff. In here we can look at the charts again. So going on, I guess, as a continuation from that chat about the charts and the approach, we can make sure now we've got the ILS put in, or the approach configured in the FMS, that we've got the ILS frequency matching what's on the charts. So we've got on the FMS 110.3, that matches the charts there, and 269 for the inbound course matches the charts as well. We could, if we want to actually, it'd probably be a good idea to add Chiltern's NDB in there, 277. I'll add that into ADF right. Ooh, 277. There we go. We wanted the decimal 0. Of course it did. So that could be useful if we do have to go around for any reason, to be fair. And all the rest, like the Lambourne VOR, that will auto-tune it all as well. There's Bovingdon. Those of you flying in from like Manchester and things, you route in via Bovingdon for Heathrow. Or from the States as well, a lot of the flights from the US come in over Bovingdon potentially. Or they come in via Ockham, depending on if you're coming from like New York or if you're coming all the way from Los Angeles. That Rolls-Royce sticker being the wrong way around really triggers me. It shouldn't do, but it does. So that's the only one where we got the label facing the right way. My God. There's a little airport down there. Try and find it. Jeez. That is... That could be anywhere actually, there's loads of airfields around there. Oh, it's Frankfurt Hahn Airport, EDFH. Does the 787 have a passenger cabin? Unfortunately not, no. No. There it is. It's basically the Asobo 787-10 with a big section of it cut out. Heartbreaking, isn't it? Willem, hello to you. Hope you're well. These are custom camera views. You can download them though. You'd think, yeah, you could download it from flightsim.to. Willem, as part of my big custom camera pack that I've put on there. There's the Kuro 787 in there, buddy. So feel free to download that and add those in if you want. Deepo Dolphin saying Kurorin replied to FS Elite's tweet saying that EFB is working titles and not theirs, and they've asked for the article to be deleted. You'd think they'd fact check these things, wouldn't you? Rather than just go, bah, nose. God, what happened to fact checking stuff? People just pump gumph out, don't they? Steve, does the new GSX passenger sit in mid-air? No, in this, because it doesn't have a cabin. They just did like the normal boarding, where they boarded the aircraft and then kind of just disappeared, like before. Time permitting, I mean, we've still got a little way to go, but if I can make the timings work, if you guys would be interested, right at the very end, once we've parked up on stand, we could maybe reload as a different aircraft. And have a little look, perhaps. But I might do that as a different video. In fact, if we're live tomorrow and we're flying 737-900ER Delta Calgary to Salt Lake City, what we can do is do the GSX thing there. We can watch all the boarding and keep passengers in the back throughout the flight to Salt Lake City. Sounds good, right? We'll do that tomorrow. And then we can spot everybody's landings instead into Heathrow. Be right back, need to top up my water and check on the doggo. Radio, I am back. I had to give the puppy his medication, his next set of sedatives between 3 and 4. If I give it to him around obviously 4 o'clock, that's near to touchdown, so I can't make that work. MPS Gaming says, is it common people, or is it commonly known people on VATSIM flying into Heathrow that if there's no ATC, the runway changes at 3 PM? Yeah, pretty much. There you go, Doc, bang on the money, on time. Runway switch, now landing 27 right in real life. That's what we've planned for. Ready for it. Clipper, I enjoy GSX now. It had its issues when the aircraft did, or when the add-on first released. It had some pretty big issues, which got very frustrating in certain circumstances. But they've now fixed a lot of it. And to be fair, it's nowhere near as frustrating as it was at the very early iterations of it. And I think that's part and parcel because there are really good custom profiles available for it too. 160, 140 miles to the top of descent. Ascot saying reassuring to have our Rolls-Royce engines fitted, none of this cheap American stuff from General Electric or Pratt & Whitney. To be fair, the Dreamliner's General Electric GENX engines have got a really cool startup noise. Ergy, pretty good. Wait, it's the same clarity as Watered Flying Panda. Elton was asking earlier, just as I stepped away, saying, quick question on sim brief. Am I right in thinking you can't upload into the CDU, only the main menu screen when the sim loads? I'm not sure about the in-world menu, the sim menu thing. I don't know if the .flight plan file works for this. Personally, I load in cold and dark, and I fill it all out from a complete blank FMS, and I just input the route myself from scratch. It's easy. Takes about 5 minutes. Certainly with airway insertion working, nice and easy. Yeah, the 787 Rolls-Royce Trent engines are very unreliable. All sorts of wear and tear problems and everything else. Charles, surprisingly no. I had a rather stupid email from the guy yesterday as well. And I replied saying, I look forward to hearing from your solicitors. You have my email address. Make sure they get in touch. I can't wait. Doc saying the Etihad 787-9 was the first aircraft that landed today in real life on 27 right from Abu Dhabi. Oh, there you go, living on a player. Use the main map menu to load flight plans in the 787. So that does work then. Nice little time saving feature, I guess. If it works, why not use it, I suppose. But I mean, I quite like having to, without the SimBrief integration, just adding in all the flight plan route and stuff myself. I think it took me about 5 minutes for today's flight. So not too time consuming at all. That there, yes, bub. That's Brussels Airport. We're going to be overflying, and then not far after that, the coast, and then England or UK, and then London Heathrow. No idea, Craig. No idea. Well, I've had an email which made me chuckle. The guy's absolutely delusional. Top of descent in 80 miles, so let's finally pull the METARs. We've got no ATC. QNH 1016. So that's set. Minimums, we said earlier on when we were briefing for the approach, 102 on the rad out, so we'll flick that across and we need to start scrolling. It always jumps far too fast. (102) set. (153) passengers. Somebody asked earlier on how many passengers we've got. 153. Oh no, Craig, it's just a troll. He's doing it across 5 different streamers at the moment. When I said that he was a bit of a sociopath, he emailed me saying that I'm not a sociopath because I was assessed by my doctor for that and they told me I wasn't. I love it. I wanted to reply saying the fact you've been assessed for sociopathy suggests to me you probably are one. But I suppose he wouldn't be able to appreciate that either because he's a sociopath. Crazy way that the mind works, so it was all quite hilarious. Eldon says been flight planning manually into the CDU as the map menu. If you change the gate you want the sim to load from, sometimes it changes the flight plan. Start doing my head in. Yeah, it is quite buggy, isn't it? It's a bit of a mess. Yeah, Adam, badges are locked and loaded. Selector lever to fire. Mode selector switch to fully auto. What do we want? Actually, yes, we could do that while we're here. Set 2. And then approach ref. So, we are currently actually at BAW. Where is it? Let's do a quick fuel comparison here. BAW, 7.4 tons. 8.8. Woo! So, 161. Oh, I'm going to go for 162 tons rounded up, I think. I'm just going to recalculate this. So yeah, order brake 2, reverse idle with the current METAR suggests a stop margin of 1,501 meters. So I'm going to change this to a 162. Let's change that. And it says flat 25 will be sufficient for this approach, so we will do that. Happy days. One more check of the METAR in the live chat, so let's fire that command into the live chat there. David in Manchester, welcome, welcome. This song is literally a summary of my dreams to be a pilot. How tragic. 210 at 14, no variable winds, no gusts reported at least, so we'll leave the +5 wind correction in place. Navigraph's giving us indications of an 11 knot crosswind, which has actually now gone amber, and a 9 knot headwind, so that's going to be interesting for us. We are above Brussels, but if I look outside, we don't see it. That is because it's underneath our belly. We did point it out a moment ago, there it is off in the background. We haven't flown into Aerosoft Brussels for a long time, have we, to be fair? Professor Ply says, how do you get the 787 profile for VAS? You've got to download the patch. There's a file on the link from the forums for VAS Airplane Toolbox called patch. That's what you want to download. Here we go, not too far now to go, folks. I love the colours down here. The textures all like the kind of the farmland and everything too. So, VREF set, rad out set, pressure set, order brake set, missed approach. We've done the data checks. Let's go to the legs page on that. MCU2. Radios are set. Yeah, VAS is great, Willem. That's why I kind of don't really need an EFB in the aeroplane, because it kind of makes me go away from the sim a little bit to do some performance calculations. It makes me feel like I'm doing them myself, even though I'm just going onto VAS Airplane Toolbox and clicking a button. That's it, Eldon. We're going to get that shed effect on 27 right. We spoke about that as well a little while ago. Approaches can be quite bumpy. With the maintenance hangars to the south on the approach. See how that all works out for us. Yeah, if they turned it into an app, Willem, that would be amazing, wouldn't it? Perhaps we can push them actually. Maybe it's worth us all trying to push VAS Airplane Toolbox into making an app that can load onto the, the KT Pilot EFB. In fact, that would be perfect for that, because that just requires an iframe. The app is just an iframe thing. That would be perfect for that. I need to email this guy. Somebody find the email address for Mr. VAS Airplane Toolbox, and then drop me an email or send it to me on Discord, privately or something, and I'm going to email him and I'm going to try and see if we can work something out. That was a big light bulb moment. If we can get that to work, we can claim that as we did that. It's like the Just Flight released the F-28 yesterday, and they titled their thumbnail "Meet the Fockers." We'd literally joked about somebody did that joke in the live chat yesterday, 2 hours before it went live. So we're claiming that. We thought of that during the live stream yesterday. That was us. I'm calling it. Oh, I saw the same joke. Bloody hell, Craig. You ruined it. I don't watch anyone else. I don't have time. That's disappointing. You ruined my day. MSFS PC24. Unless you want to buy a P3D that's going to be woefully deserted by most developers. That's a good question as well, actually, MPS Gaming. How do we find that out? How many people are flying Fokker F-28s on VATSIM right now? Let's maybe check Volanta. I wonder if we can search. Have to be quick. Search F-28. No, that doesn't help. Maybe nobody. Final 2 screenshots. Let's get those in and ready. Exactly, David. I'm taking it. We're claiming it. Okay, so we want flight level 160 is the next one. So we're going to go all the way back here, round, 160, ready. Now this should auto descend at top of descent. I don't think it does though. That spy shows a mighty 2 brave souls. Doc's done it. I've got the guy's contact details, I think. Hopefully he's not one of these people that's like, X-plane's better. I'm not doing anything for MSFS. How do I message him? Boom. VAS Airplane Toolbox Creator. Email sent. Done. Let's see what happens. Thanks, Doc. Right, top of descent is now. VNAV is active. I don't think it's going to go down. Oh, VNAV path. Idle reduced. Oh, there goes the throttle. It's doing it! VNAV path in the 787. This didn't do this for me on the other version. My goodness, we're in VNAV descent. Automatically. Although we're meant to be flight level 160 by Sabre. I'm hoping that top of descent or that banana gets itself sorted out ASAP. Ah, Sam, I'd had some people say to me that they had to push the button for it to engage the descent automatically, and I'd been doing the same. Maybe I've just been flying really stupid with it for the last few weeks. My god. Don't hate me, guys. T-bar signs on. Right, let's just leave it for 5 minutes to see what it does.
Hello ladies and gentlemen, now well into our descent. Go fast and seatbelt signs have been switched on. So if you're moving around the cabin or using the washrooms at this time, we'd ask you now to return to your seats, ensuring any hand baggage you may have moved during the journey is placed either underneath the seat in front of you or in the overhead lockers. Your tray tables should be folded away, seat backs in the upright position, seatbelt securely fastened for landing. If you continue to use 4 handheld devices at this time, however, if you're using a laptop, these need to be placed into a seat pocket or overhead locker. We'd also ask you at this time to familiarise yourself with your nearest emergency exit.
Yeah, it is Willem. Poor livery creation, really, I guess. It's Kuro version 2 and beyond. All of the decals now are unmirrored. So the livery creators can solve that quite easily, apparently. We've done it with our Osprey Airways fleet via Tapsi. Tapsi's sorted that out really quick. Unfortunately, this livery creator, this is a brand new livery, but he's made it mirrored. I don't understand why. But it is what it is. It's a nice BA livery, isn't it? It's all the dirt and stuff on it. Pretty cool. Carlito's saying that when it reaches 10 nautical miles, it disappears from the VNAV path page. People think it's not going to do it, but it does. You just don't make big changes during descent. Good to know. And we're on target here for Sabre, but we might need to bring the FMC message warning. Oops. Speed brake required. I was about to say we might need to use a bit of drag here, and the FMC was telling us. Give me drag. Down we go. There's Blighty. And the Aerosoft North Sea Pack. I love it. Ended up paying for it because I lost it. It was on my old computer and it was a press copy that they sent me for reviewing purposes. Really enjoyed it. When I got my new computer, I lost that press copy. But I bought it anyway because it is just brilliant. I really, really love it. Actually seeing the English Channel populated with ships and wind farms and oil rigs and all the rest of it. Got a lot of time for that. Just adds a little bit more immersion and a bit more realism to it, doesn't it? Okay, speed brake is back in. Khalid says, is the Philly code still valid for the store? Probably. Let me find out. Let me log in. Probably not. I mean, you could try it. Let's see. No, it's not valid anymore. Yeah, both promotion codes have expired actually for the shop. The other one was for FS Expo only. Yeah, JJ, they're saying if you set your descent 15 nautical miles before you get to top of descent, then it will work. There's that crazy wiggly LNAV line. We're not going to that extreme. We're actually turning in the NM132. We'll already have established that point. So we're going to keep our eye out there because I'm not confident with that bit. We'll see what happens. As we get to Lambourne, we might have to end up self-vectoring ourselves a little bit. And Eldon saying heavy rain near Heathrow. Interesting vectoring on flight radar 24 from Lambourne. Just gonna have a little look myself. Oh, Bang 12 and Cobra 53 RAF Typhoons in the channel. They're getting sent southeast. One's out from Lossiemouth. The other's gone out of Coningsby. That one's holding for the one out of Lossie. The Venom 61 looks like it's headed back into Lossie. Maybe they're just doing the North Sea patrols. Very exciting anyway. What have we got? Let's have a look at some of these vectors.
Someone purchased Captain Loki Cap for $30.
Whoa! That's the first time I've heard that live. Epic! Carlito, I assume that's you. Thank you very much. Bought some epic channel merch. The best flight sim merch possible. Captain Loki cap, was it? Or was it a mug? Here's Captain Loki Cap. Thank you very much. Epic. Enjoy. You'll have to send us a photograph when it comes, a picture of it, to see what it all looks like and how cool it is. There's Kent, England's Garden. Quick check on VATSIM again, no London control. We've got Heathrow approach on though, Manuel, 119-725. Let's tune that, 119-725. On north approach, that's relevant to us. Have we got Heathrow Tower online then actually? No, so approach is doing it all. It's about to get very chaotic for him, 119-725. Heathrow ATIS. It's a long one. Information Alpha 1350 Zulu, arrival 27 right, departing 27 left. Transition level 70, that's good, that's what we guessed. 220 at 14 knots, visibility 10 kilometers, scattered cloud 2800, broken 3600, broken 4500, 20 degrees Celsius, dew point 13, and the QNH 1016.
781 Airbus 320.
Am I?
1016, Logan. Bit more speed brake, this is a slippy beast.
781 E for director, hello. Confirm you have received your clearance already from any controller?
Ah, it could be React.
No controllers, because 781.
781, yeah, you just appear to be squawking correctly. So your clearance is the, clearance
Doc says there's precipitation over the airfield and to the north, west and south of the airfield, seeing it on flight radar 24's weather radar.
3207.
Clear to Pisa by Maxit 1 Golf departure, squawk 3207, Caesar 781.
781, all correct. Both ready for taxi.
I think we call him around now anyway. Maybe we're too far out still. I think this would still be London control, wouldn't it?
Good afternoon, Speedbird 715 Tango, descending through 9500 inbound Biggin Hill.
715 Tango director, hello, descend flight level 80, and just continue towards Biggin.
Descend flight level 80 and continue, Speedbird 715 Tango.
Bra 3172, descending flight level 120 to expect runway 27 right on Heathrow.
Coast.
There we are. You can find a flight plan, please.
Progress, to be fair.
Sorry.
It is a bit early, isn't it? I think
ready for taxi.
Sabre or Lamborn, isn't it?
781 taxi Alpha, hold at November Bravo 2 Echo.
Taxiing via Alpha 2 November Bravo 2 Echo, Caesar 781.
Speedbird 715 Tango, leave Biggin, heading 270 degrees.
Leave Biggin 270 degrees, Speedbird 715 Tango.
Orca 2004, you there?
Yeah, the 787 in real life is a very slippery aircraft, JJ, to be fair. That's one of the big things that the pilots have mentioned in real life, is kind of the crazy management of it.
Stop descent, altitude 4,000 feet.
Alright, we're heading 210 degrees, stop descent 4,000 feet, walk 2204.
Iberia 3172, thank you. Stop descent, flight level 90.
Robert, welcome on board, buddy. Great to have you on board with us today. Thanks for joining us. Let's get rid of the music. Up to focus.
2 squawk 7074.
Wait a moment, I'm going to disconnect. I have some problems with my headphones.
Good luck.
Weather radar's on. Picking out anything. Looking absolutely stunning though for this, look at that.
509, Information Alpha 1016, request taxi clearance, if you could give us a receipt.
That's very far back, hello. I can taxi Alpha hold at Lomond. You can expect the Brookman Spark 7 Golf out of the 7S
spectacular.
0502.
The visuals in this sim are just breathtaking at times, aren't they?
Brookman Spark 7 Golf departure, squawk 0502, Seabird 34 Quebec.
So 34 Quebec, correct.
I'll leave a little bit of speed brake out, I think. VNAV's a little choppy though, look at that, it's all over the place. So what I might do now, I'll just ditch it, go to vertical speed mode, because I can't be doing with the messiness of it.
So 715 Tango, the range is 25 miles to touchdown, landing runway 27 right, descent to altitude 4,000 feet, QNH 1016.
Do 245.
4,000 feet, QNH 1016, speed bird 715 Tango.
Max 250 knots at all vessel. Maximum speed, not speed target. So we'll do 245 just to be within the limits of that. We're going to go to 1300 foot per minute, should be a bit smoother for us, or 12 actually should be quite nice. That would be sufficient. And our speed's coming off as it does. We'll get rid of the speed brake to keep the throttles on almost idle.
So 715 Tango, turn right, heading 090 degrees.
Right to 090, speedbird 715 Tango.
Orca 2004, turn right, heading 245 degrees, established Organizer T7 right.
245 degrees, established runway 27 right, approach Orca 2004.
Was too busy looking outside, made a complete bollocks of the R now. Heathrow Director, good afternoon. Speedbird 37 Tango Heavies, inbound flight level 130, inbound landboard, Logan Ho took 2 hotel arrival with information Alpha, Boeing 737-800.
So 37 Tango Director, good afternoon. Descent flight level 80.
Descent flight level 80, Speedbird 37 Tango.
I
gave all that information in a really messy way, but he still understood what I meant. Oh, I should have just said Heathrow Director. Good afternoon, Speedbird 37 Tango. Information Alpha on board, Boeing 787. Oh, did I say 787? Yeah. It's because I was getting all mumble jumbled. I'll send him a text message.
Orca 2004, descent altitude 3,500 feet. Once established, descend INS.
Alright, descend at 3,500 feet, watch the termination for current 2004.
Orca 2004, speed 160 knots or greater, maintain until 40.
There you go. I've sent him a message. I'm a 787-8, not 7378, by the way. Sorry, I had a brain.
Maintain that speed until 40 ME.
Alright, maintain that speed until 40 ME, Orca 2004.
Busy.
Speedbird 715 Tango, turn left heading 295, established Organizer T7 right, speed 180 knots.
Robert, thank you very much, buddy. Really appreciate that super chat. Very generous of you to support the stream. Thank you very much.
AFM.
180 knots, speedbird 715 Tango.
That's the 37 Tango, roger, thank you. So 37 Tango, leave Lambourne, heading 270 degrees.
Leave Lambourne 270 degrees, and there, sorry, it's a 787-8, not 737. Speedbird 37 Tango.
Yep, copied.
27 at Lam. There we go. So if you're flying this arrival, you can tend to be told with ATC, Heathrow Director would usually tell you leave Lambourne heading 270 degrees. That's kind of the norm. Now what that gives us is that like that little turn anyway, so the LNAV path takes us to 270.
27 right clear line, Walker 2004.
Speedbird 781, runway 27 S cleared for takeoff, surface wind southwest at 140 knots.
So seatbelt signs are on, we've done our briefing for the approach. JJ Stevens, yeah, so A, there are a number of things. A, you probably got the heavy division 787 still installed. If you do, uninstall it, that's the problem. If you've got the Salty Sim 747 installed, that's the problem for your crash when you're using the Kuro, so get rid of it. Oh, you're on about the font mod. Oh, I wouldn't use any font mods, buddy. And any weird kind of mods that are a little unnecessary, I would avoid using. If possible. Beacon nav, lights.
715 Tango, descend to altitude 3,000 feet and then further on the glide.
Down to 3,000 and then on the glide, Speedbird 715 Tango.
Yeah, I mean ultimately he can see on his radar that I'm a 788 anyway. On his radar client. It will have B788 next to my aircraft, so he knows my size and aircraft and all that sort of stuff. There's central London up in the distance. We've got the City of London and the London Eye just rendering in the distance there now. London City Airport, Orbex version 2. Very, very nice. And there's an aeroplane over there.
37 Tango in fact. You can turn left now, heading 210 degrees, and I'll be straight in for 27 right.
Left now 210, straight in for 27 right, speedbird 37 Tango.
Speedbird 37 Tango, 28 track miles to touchdown, descend to altitude 5,000 feet, QNH 1016.
75,000 feet, QNH 1016, speedbird 37 Tango. Here we go. Bring that speed right down now. Actually, I'm going to set minimum clean for 220. Bit of a shortcut, we need extra drag, and we'll increase our rate of descent.
So it's 715
and we're getting the good views, folks.
160 left, speedbird.
Carlos, I did at the start. You only have to say it once for each controller. So for this, it was Heathrow Director Hello, speedbird 37 Tango Heavy. I think it did anyway, unless I've had a real brain fart. Oof, look at all that. Weather over Heathrow at the minute.
Heathrow Director, good afternoon. Osprey 309-787, information.
David saying, I'm really enjoying the Kuro, did a ton of updates to stuff and now flying Dallas Fort Worth to San Francisco. Very nice. Through transition, let's go to local QNH now. Final check of the overhead panel. I'm going to do a final check of the speeds, 161.6, so we're slightly lighter than we initially thought, but the V speeds there are the same, flap 25, 140, so we're not doing full flap. We briefed for the approach. Let's see.
Walker 309, descend slide 780, you can plan for the straight in approach on way 27 right.
Look at this for the views, folks. Here we go. That is stunning. Oof. Beautiful.
Osprey 309, Heathrow Director.
Osprey, sorry, Heathrow Director, Osprey 309, try again. We're 787, information Bravo, QNH 1016, descending via the Rogan to arrival.
Osprey 309, thank you. Descend flight level 80.
We'll be fine, we'll leave it as it is.
For the straight in for 27 right.
So we should be getting a right turn now to intercept.
80 and we'll plan
That's
for
still
the
an auto.
Straight in, Osprey 309.
Speedbird 37 Tango, turn right heading 245. Once organized, establish runway 27 right, descend on the glide path.
Right 245, when established ILS 27 right, December the glides, Speedbird 37 Tango.
Speedbird 34 Quebec, hold November Bravo 2 Echo.
So we'll hold minimum clean for now, and we'll go to flap 5.
Speedbird 34 Quebec, hold November Bravo 2 Echo.
Approach modes.
Hold November Bravo 2, Speedbird 34 Quebec.
We'll hold 200 for now. So 245, 5,000, that's altitude hold at 5.
004, welcome to Heathrow, taxi second left Bravo, and then right Foxtrot, parking stand 340.
3 seconds for Walker 204.
Back, even better.
Tango clear to land on 27 right, surface wind 230 degrees, 11 up.
Let's land 27 right, speedbird 715 Tango.
Walker 200 for the second left turn, and then first right onto Foxtrot for stand 340.
City of London now. Establishing.
Alright, second left and right, stand 340, Walker 204 on Foxtrot.
Speedbird 781, climb now, flight level 170, report your passing altitude.
Signal 6,000 feet and climbing to 170, Signal 781.
Osprey 309, turn left heading 240 degrees.
How nice is that?
240 degrees.
Okay, focused 180 now for the deceleration. Speed's good, flat 10. Oh no, flat 15, straight to flat 15, that'll do us though.
Clear takeoff 27 left, to the left of your transition.
The wind coming from the southwest, 11 up.
Look at that, massive amount of rain over there. That's an insane amount of rain, my god.
Osprey 309, 30 miles, touchdown, landing runway 27 right. Descent altitude 5,000
Tons of
feet,
screenshots here, look at this.
Descent 5,000 feet, QNH 1016, after 309.
$3,000. Speedbird 37 Tango is established, 12 miles, 27 right.
37 Tango thanks, continue approach number 2.
Continue 37 Tango.
Okay, 2005, missed a stand there, you can take stand of your chase.
Just what I have.
Yeah, was it 304 or 340? Because I don't see 304 on the charts.
Yeah, I said 340.
In fact, look at that rain over the airport, my god! What? And that over Wembley. Jeez! What are we flying into?
781 on TT, that's 78, bye bye.
Switching Silicon, bye bye, thanks. 781.
So 715 Tango, right onto Alpha for parking stand 513, goodbye.
Right onto Alpha, parking stand 513, thank you very much, Speedbird 715 Tango.
Speedbird 37 Tango, runway 27 right, clear to land, surface wind 230 degrees, 11 knots.
Clear land, Speedbird 37 Tango. Get out. 9 miles, 160 till 4. Flat 15, waiting for the indications, coming up to 3,000 feet. Through that we're going to set our missed approach altitudes. Final check. In fact, let's go to this one. Oh, look at that weather. Neil, hello. It says he's at Heathrow right now. He's just inspected 27 right. Thank you very much. In real life as well. That's epic. Just had a big cloud like that go north of the runway. That would be that one then, wouldn't it? That's fantastic. So you've actually just seen that in real life. Got a few, look, few pockets. Over North Holt, big patch there as well. Crikey.
So 3 focal back, reported passing altitude, climb now, flying level 150.
3,000 set.
Passing altitude
Charts ready for the missed approach. Christopher says, yeah, explain to us a lost cause. Speed brake arms. That's a fair bit of weather on the display. This plane can do autoland, yes. We're not going to though. Not today. Into the pea soup we go. So 160. 140, we'll do 145, add 5. That looks incredible. Yeah, the sim looks this good right now, yeah? Imagine how fantastic Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024 is going to be. Look at these visuals. Look at the weather. It's just insane. This is so good.
Object 932, baby.
Roger 932, Heathrow director, hello. Descend, flight level 150.
Flat 25. Final stage of flaps.
Is Bravo, confirm the
we could do an auto-land. Roll out flare are both active and 3 mode is enabled.
Descend 150 on Object 932.
Flap 25 green, gear down, and 3. That is actually insane.
309, descent altitude 4,000 feet, once localized established 27 right, descend on the glide path.
Going to turn the auto thrust off because I want to hand fly it, get a feel for it, and now let's go 1,000 feet. My controls, autopilot off, I have the plane. Control visualizer for you guys, and now I need to focus. We're losing visibility into the pea soup. Here we go.
Aircraft type A320.
No good looking outside just yet. Just watching the displays, the primary flight display. Fighting the glide slope. Speed pitch. lateral and vertical guidance, trim.
Flight level 080 Swiss 1 Golf.
Oof, that's disappearing rapidly, look at that.
So 37
Bit of a crosswind.
There's an aircraft just connected on the runway. Are you happy to continue?
Affirm.
Roger. I can disregard that aircraft.
Will do, thanks. Into the rain. Oh, there's the old wind on the shed. Someone find out who that is. That'd be really handy. Can't see him anyway. Continue. Hold the flare. Touchdown. And maintaining the centre line. Woo. Reverse green. Alpha 9 Echo.
So 3 Fokker back, Unicom 122.8, bye bye.
122.8, good day, 0134 kilo. Quebec.
Water brakes off. Speedbird 37 Tango's vacated right on Alpha from Alpha 9 Echo.
The 37 Tango thanks Alpha and then Delta for parking stand 566, bye bye.
Alpha Delta stand 566 thanks ATC, Speedbird 37 Tango. So. Let's get comedy wipers on. Taxi lights off, strobe lights on. Nose lights off. Put that off auto. We could go anti-ice off. We just about heard the call outs. Yeah, it'd be interesting to know if that person on the threshold there was our tempted troller. 277 foot per minute for the landing rate though, look at that, there we go, 1.19 G, slightly right of the centre line, but otherwise quite nice. I was prepared to go around.
932 descend flight level 140.
Flight director's off. Oh, maybe it's not our guy then.
Tomjet 932 descend flight level 140.
Let's get rid of the spoilers
Descend 140
and the flaps.
Please remain seated with your seatbelt fastened until the fasten seatbelt
QATL needs to come on.
switched off. You may now use your mobile phones or handheld.
Was it 566?
Osprey 309, there's an aircraft appear to be connected on 27 right. You happy to swing over for 27 left there?
Okay, yeah, we'll swing over to 27 left, Osprey 309.
Good. Osprey 309, thank you. You're cleared for the visual approach runway 27 left.
Okay, clear visual approach 27 left, Osprey 309.
Definitely going to be somebody with a dot wallop.
Swiss 1 Foxtrot Golf. Turn right heading 330 degrees, speed 220 knots or greater.
And a very nice weekend. Thank you.
Swiss 1 Foxtrot Golf. Turn right heading 330 degrees, speed 220 knots or greater.
I have to call a supervisor, Christopher.
220 knots and right heading 330 Swiss 1 Foxtrot Golf.
Osprey 309, runway 27 left, clear to land, safe zone 230 degrees, 11.
566.
Quick turn 27 left, Osprey 309.
Tomjet 932, descend flight level 80.
Done.
Descend 80, Tomjet 932.
Hopefully PC24, that would be great.
Heathrow approach, good afternoon, Osprey 389, heavy inbound LAM 21 miles at 7,000 feet.
Osprey 389, further vector, hello, descend, flight level 80.
Addy says, I don't know what you're referring to there, really. Do explain. Just imagine how lame it is that someone spent at least $50 for that. They paid actual time and money for literally nothing. Bravo, well done. Do expand. I'm curious. Fly-by-wire has wipers wiping rain now, JJ says. That's pretty cool, isn't it, to be fair? Yeah, Doc, almost there. Oh yeah, Andy, it's insane, isn't it? Turns out that wasn't actually the troll. He's on his main channel, not spamming anybody, doing his own thing. We've got an Iran Air over there now, though. Christopher saying kick tools need to be expanded on VATSIM.
Turn right, heading 330 degree.
Admin should have power of bailing. Controllers should be able to kick. 100% banning. Round we go. But it wasn't our usual troll anyway, the one that's trying to cause problems on various channels. Who is a content creator himself, that's the craziness of it. 566.
Swiss 1 Foxtrot Golf, speed 180 knots or greater.
I don't think he's in the way. Don't know why he's there though. Iran Air are lucky they can fly in just about to Terminal 3.
Confirm heading 330 degrees.
That's off, that's all good. Behind the skies, PC24, that's the guy really. But yeah, that isn't him because he's on his own channel live doing his own thing apparently.
Turn left heading 310 degrees, Tokyo 950.
W93 to descend to altitude 4,000 feet, H1016,
565, 566 coming up.
Tokyo 950, sorry about that. Did you say left 310?
AFM, brake, Swiss 1 Foxtrot Golf, turn left heading 295, once localized established 27 right, descend RS.
Just toggle a few bits off and see how you get on, Christopher.
Swiss 1 Foxtrot Golf.
Taxi lights off. Who's Chewy 1 Foxtrot Golf?
Swiss 1 Foxtrot Golf, go ahead.
Yeah, I can't afford to say things too many times. Left turn 295, established 27 right, please.
Left heading 295, Swiss.
Round we go. There's a little aeroplane over there.
27 right, please.
And establish 27 right, Swiss 1 Foxtrot Golf.
In we go.
Station T for closing now, self-position ILS, Unicam 1TT-78.
Thanks, VTC.
Thanks, VTC, have a good day.
And following the VDGS. Want to keep our speed down gentle. 2 meters. 1 meter. Bar brake set, let's see how it's got us. Oh, right on the 787-10 line. I'll take that. Very good parking. Where's Gangnam Style? That's the only thing with BVGS. We don't get the dancy. Oh, you know what I forgot? My goodness. It would help if we had the APU on, wouldn't it? Absolute cowboy. Right. Let's... we're on Unicom, isn't it? So let's listen to people on Unicom. And I'm just going to reset this. (787-10). I'm not sure what that's meant to be. Is that an Osprey? Look at this weather. My goodness. Can't even see who's on final. That's insane. Ah, oh, Sam, that's you. Why is it not loading model matching then? Let's see what if I can work that out. Yeah, FSLTL 789ZZZ.
for traffic, space 1 for Golf, established ILS runway 27 left, about 7
Right, I figured it out. So why did that not load? It's because, for some reason now, FSLTL require us, model matching now seems to be, it wants Osprey right at the very top. Don't know where that went there. Where'd he go? I'm not even going to ask. That's why he's disconnected, because the Aegean is doing some rogue, stupid stuff. He's literally took off on 27 right, and then he's landed on 09 left. 09 right. While we wait, anyway, let's get New Sky up, and let's have a look to see how we've done. APU state change. We should probably go engines off as well, for now. That's looking good. I'm not going to disembark yet because I actually recorded that on 787. Sky Dolly, that's the word. My goodness. Put your teeth in, Luke. So, right, New Sky. Let's close the log. Let's see what score we got. 787, Heathrow, Dreamliner. 288 passengers and 37 units of cargo. Free flight. 29811 for balance. Epic. Oh, there you go, Doc. Perfect. So people getting affected by him can whack in his new VATSIM ID and get him banned. Great touchdown. Got a 10. Love it. There's our little route for today. And if you want to see our vectors towards the end.
Golf, 2 nautical miles away from the runway. Landing in about 4 minutes.
Is the 787 worth it? It is, yeah. Providing, well, yeah, you've got to have the 787-10. APU on lights. Hey, I'll take that. That's not bad at all. I think, given the conditions and also the fact we had that absolute doofus on the runway, I think we did a good job there. CDB, it's our virtual airline client, buddy. Yeah. So, we've got a few touchdowns. How many touchdowns have we got? Do we know? That's somebody from Zurich.
Tomjet 9323 miles up.
So, once he's come in, Tomjet 932, we might have a small gap to replay that landing. Looking at Volanta. So I've got the replay mode on. 100% Charles, they should absolutely be able to kick. Okay, here we go. So, this is in from Zurich. So he wasn't flying along with us, but he's just flown through that pea soup that we had on final. Sam, I have a good one. You've got to get ready for your birthday party. My goodness, what are you doing flying? Oh, I love the dedication. Flight sim first, birthday party second. I'll be late. Bam. That looked a bit fun, that. Shard in the background. And look at that, we said 4 o'clock, didn't we? Hang on, 16:04 UK time. So that rejected takeoff out of Athens that we had, we got the time back, and we landed bang on time. On schedule, every day, all day.
For traffic.
Tomjet 922 going round.
Oh, he's over there. Crikey's high. Ah, good old Concorde. Looks like he was a bit unstable there. So, let's go to drone camera, follow aircraft off. We'll whip this up. Zip, zip, zip. We've got a few moments, haven't we, folks, here? Let's get set up for some replays. We'll go here. Let's do this quick. Start. Thankfully we can do both. Leave all the beacon and everything on. Lights, strobes, they're on automatic. That's all good. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to disconnect from VATSIM. I'm going to reconnect though as observer, so we can still see other aircraft, but we are totally invisible at the moment. Just need these engines to start up. From there, I'm going to go flat 15. That's where we started the recording, and the spoilers were armed with auto brake 2 set, so it gives the aeroplane less to do when we begin. Cool, right, shall we replay it, folks? What do you reckon, that view? Should we go that view? Let's do a blend. Let's do that view. Zip. Here we go.
Easiest road, traffic, speedbird 96. Echo, stand 519, pushing back.
Yeah, well, we just want it to stay near the threshold land, so we turned off the follow mode so that we can spot the landing from outside. Or Neil Cam, as I'm going to start calling it. Neil M in the chat, one of the Heathrow Ops leader vehicles. He's just watched this weather cell pass over the airfield in real life. Look at that wing flex. In fact, if we go to that view, because we'll get the hangars then, won't we? One.
Runway 27 right.
Interesting. How would you do that then? We had auto thrust off here. You could leave the auto throttle in all the way through to touchdown in the 787, by the way. But I like to turn it off and fly a little bit as much as I can. Over Cranford now. About 20 seconds, 15 seconds to go.
Go around.
MPS Gaming's just gone around. How come? Is it got really unstable and bumpy? We're invisible, by the way, on VATSIM, so we're not affecting anybody. Look at those aileron deflections. I was fighting that crosswind, folks. Look at that. Touchdown. Da-da-da. If we go to external view, there we go. Ah, MPS going. Good grief. Oh well. Here we go. And flare. Holding the flare. Touchdown. Reverse doesn't want to come out there though, weirdly. But Sky Dolly doesn't always recognise that sort of stuff.
96 Echo, taxiing Yankee Alpha for November Bravo 327 left, Heathrow traffic.
I like that, very nice. Then we vacated. Taxied all the way back to the gate. So let's zip all the way back. Oh look, it recorded our fuel control cut-offs and everything else as well, that's good. External power has automatically gone on, so we can turn the APU off. Pumps off. Seatbelt signs off. Leave the nav lights on. And logo, why not? Cool, that works. And we'll disembark now. So, GSX. Yeah, Juan, I might experiment with that. Thank you very much.
The boarding requested.
I have a habit of breaking things though, so maybe not today. Please run live update. QATL scripting add-on unknown is causing the QATL scripting engine to restart. Do you want to restart? Yes. Very weird. David says Osprey 289 is registered as an emergency in New Sky. Look at that. You just about did it, MPS Gaming. Good effort. 389.
The boarding requested.
Okay, now it's working. It's just bugging out a little bit. Let's get those wing lights off. Those runway turn off lights. Don't know why they were still on. Here we go. Lovely contrast, isn't it?
Passengers, the boarding started.
How many more have we got on final? Living on a player, Speedbird 641. Haven't heard him on Unicom though. Let's go and watch him. That storm's passed nicely north now, look. Just about see the city of London in the background. That's really nice. Steve, you've got to download a custom GSX profile for it. I know where we could go. Is it here? Is that the Renaissance? There's the Uber parking, Little Emirates. Uber parking. Ooh, Charles, that's a good question actually. I don't know what the total range is at the end of this, to be fair. Not sure then, Steve, to be fair. It works for me. Bit of a crosswind still. We'll just park ourselves here, the inside of the fence. Speedbird 641, have you disconnected? Living on a player apparently he's landed, but can't see him. There's one on final now. But that I think is Tomjet 932.
Tomjet 932 on a 3 mile approach.
MPS Gaming's in Brentford. Crashed. RIP. And there the last one's in. So the Tomjet's the last one. Ah, Living on play you offline, no worries buddy. I did wonder. My hidden spots, Christopher, usually I just get the car or the van. If they're landing on 27 right, I will literally park right here, not even joking. So when you see my Instagram, a picture of a touchdown on 27 right usually, I'm literally right here, sat in a vehicle, ready to spot them. So maybe I'll replicate that. There's also a great spot where that building is right there. Just tuck your car in and be out of the way of any aeroplanes driving about.
Speedbird 904 November, pushback and start from gate.
Yeah, sometimes you want to challenge yourself though, Charles. Step out of your comfort zone, try something a bit more hands-on. Here comes Daniel. What do you reckon, folks? Butter? Crikey, looks high. Michael, welcome, buddy. I've seen TUI at Heathrow. They had a 737 pop in every now and again. They do like a wet lease service, so they do come in through the summer sometimes. Oh, he's facing us. Look at that crosswind. Where's that windsock? There it is. Diagonally across the runway towards the Courtyard Marriott. Oh. It's an A10 style approach. Chris says, well, I just learned GSX also have aircraft profiles. It does, yeah, it does. Really good. Certainly for these newer aeroplanes that might not have a native profile set up for it, somebody can create one and position all the doors and do all the coding for it and then share it with everybody to enjoy. It's really cool. There we go, last one in. Making it a good one. Oh, lovely. Look at that. Perfect. That looked really good. Good job, Daniel, I think it is. Zoom, zoom. Gently down with the nose wheel as well. Good job, like it. Bro. Michael's enjoying the Fokker F-28. Love enjoying the systems there. Good to hear. Tough aeroplane though, isn't it? My goodness. Very tough. That is it for today, folks. I hope you've enjoyed it. Massive thank you to Carlito buying Captain Loki cap from our merchandise store. Really unique bit of merchandise. Love the support. Tomorrow we're going to be flying to Salt Lake City with Delta Airlines in a Boeing 737-900ER, the PMDG 737-900ER. Great add-on for the sim. And we're going to go Calgary to Salt Lake City on the VATSIM network, and we're going to have a look at this new GSX profile that's now gone live, which apparently has got the passengers in the cabin simulated as well. So we're going to have a little look at that tomorrow, same time again, 1100 UTC, and I'm going to leave you guys here at London Heathrow. Done some weird things with GSX and the Jetty. I don't really know what it's done, but for some reason everybody's just walking on air again. But look at this. In fact, I'll leave you with these seats. Jeez. There they go. Walking through departures though. That's a Department for Transport issue right there. My goodness. Whoever created that profile needs to sort that out. And there's Katie Pilot waiting for a flight. God, some of these, I'd love to know what they take. There we go, folks. Thank you very much for flying along. Hope you guys have enjoyed it. Massive thank you to those of you who've hit the like button today. Robert for your super chat, and Carlito for that channel merchandise that you purchased, as I mentioned earlier on. Big warm welcome on board to all of our new subscribers, and thanks for hitting the like button and flying along with us today, folks. Kuro 787 version 2.1, hopefully coming very soon to Microsoft Flight Simulator. Keep an eye on the Horizon Simulations Discord server, where you'll be able to find all the kind of news and updates there, or you'll see it get updated via flightsim.to. But in the meantime, as always, thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you tomorrow, same time, with some PMDG 737 action into the new Salt Lake City Airport scenery. Take care, I'll see you soon. Enjoy the rest of the day. Bye for now.